Hello, hello. Welcome to our 5th episode of the Empire of Blood. Identity. I, as always, am your humble dungeon mistress, Sinful Sage, or Celeste. And with us are our ill-fated heroes. Now, the last time... Oh, sorry. Hi, everybody.
Hey.
I should have put on more of an announcement before I undeafened. That's okay. We are always scuffed in my neck of the woods, and that's just the way I like it.
It's great.
It's great.
We love the
It's
scuff.
wonderful. We love the scuff. That's what we're all here for.
Damn right.
Where was I?
I'm home.
I think I was just starting the recap.
Yeah, you're at your computer desk in your house.
Oh shit, you're right. I'm
Yeah.
definitely
How could I forget?
I'm definitely at my computer desk at the house.
Don't worry, babe. I got your exactly where you are.
Alright. Da-da-da. Making sure I have all my notes in order. Also checking on the player notes to see if they're in order.
I don't have the title, but I have.
Identity is the title.
And in small parentheses, crisis. Yep.
Crisis in small. Also, hold on, I need to turn you up a little bit, I think, Lynx.
Should I be louder?
I mean, that works, but I have you turned up now.
Oh, well, excellent.
Uh,
Yeah.
Excellent.
Up.
Okay. So, as I was saying, when last we looked upon the tale of our ill-fated adventurers, the party went through a couple of days of rest, having a small chance to recuperate for everything that happened, or recuperate because of everything that happened in the sewers. After this, the party went on their way to go do some various personal chores and tasks. Ibis went to the Colosseum and saw Tara perform, fighting valiantly in a bare-knuckled brawl and wrestling match against an Azamar gladiator named Asphodel. While Ibis was there, she also witnessed what seemed to be illicit deal happening between one of the noble merchant lords of Eurydia and a Throck gentleman, although his features were obscured from her vision. And after the fact, once the battle was over, Tara was deemed victorious and Ibis was on her way out of the Colosseum. She was then confronted in what turned out to be a very busy day by Tirfi, wanting answers about everything that happened in Ibis's mysterious teleportation out of the sewers. We then moved on again, over to Lysandra, who was figuring out how to care for her newly hatched dragon, Delphi. While that was happening, Lysandra, who is a very busy working woman who is hired and paid by the government, had some tellings to give to some eager people waiting outside so that they might see what their futures have to hold. Although the last individual who came in did not look for information from Lysandra, but was rather there to bestow information to her. And a druidic woman from the dense jungles outside of the Uridian Empire, but still within Izun, spoke of being another very dedicated servant to the gods that Eurydia has long since abandoned. And upon being shown the loom that Lysandra was gifted by the goddess of fate and prophecy, Ivona, gifted her spools of golden thread and told her there was yet one more piece of the loom that needed to be collected before functionality was returned to it. And then Kip tries to call in favors with different merchant lords, trying to find a way off of Eurydia that he might sail to Ozera and rescue their love, Eudorus. Instead of this panning out for them, it is discovered by Kip, although the rest of us, out of character, knew already, that merchant ships were disappearing and that the noble Lord Ismaros was unable to procure passage outside of Eurydia to Kyperiso. So Kip had to instead lean on an old broken promise. A woman by the name of Polydamna, a very powerful and very intimidating tiefling, who did end up pulling on connections to charter a ship for Kip out of Eurydia, but only in exchange for one of the sabers possessed by the great Sultan Savrath Sulkan. A harrowing journey that Kip has no idea how to start with, but having no other options, they agree nonetheless. We then have Kip seek out Tara. And while seeking out Tara, breaks down and begins to explain all of the harrowing things that have happened to them in the short period of time since they last saw anyone of this group. Tara trying to tell Kip to take it slow and give themselves time to breathe. And instead, the stress weighing on Kip's shoulder hits a boiling point. And Kip is the first member of the party to suffer an affliction and grows bitter and isolated and masochistic. Tirfi was able to have a somewhat public, somewhat private, thanks to magical trickery, conversation with Atticus, asking for information about Ibis's loyalties and whether or not Tirfi thought that Ibis could be trusted. Eventually, it was decided that a little bit more time was needed, but Ibis does not seem to be a person who carries a lot of ill will within herself. And towards the very end of that session, as it turns out, Ibis, within the supposed safety of the Cathedral of the Sustaining Mother, now finds her life under threat as an assassin bursting out from the shadows. Surprised, our dear, darling Ibis. And that is right where we pick up. Ibis, roll
scared.
initiative.
Hey, baby, can we have the music?
Oh, shit!
Yeah, music.
Yeah, I like the music.
Hold on.
Maybe
Stark lacking soundscape only gives
gravitas.
I
to
didn't
the
realize
situation in
y'all
which
were missing the music.
This
Hold
is
on.
about to die.
No. Blocked from music.
Shut up.
I got a 12.
Don't say that.
No music for us.
No music for
Hold
Eva's
on.
death.
Let me do this.
It was like
Gotta get stabbed
tiny.
in fashion.
Eva is gonna die after rolling a 12.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sorry, but
Rude.
alright, time for
Rude.
Kip to go on a second vengeance quest.
Yeah. Keep those
Man, I
Evas.
gotta go on 2 vengeance quests.
Yeah.
For
Damn
your
it.
family and your love.
All right.
Cousin.
Yeah.
Ah,
I mean,
Da-da-da.
try not
distant.
to die.
Yep, try not to die. It'll be more work for me.
Okay, hold on. I think I have it up. There's always got to
Excuse me,
be a
Kip, drink
little
my
bit of
tea.
scuff.
Take your time killing my character. It's fine.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
okay. Don't worry about
It's
it.
fine.
It's fine.
Everything is
Okay.
fine. It's that fucking, like, meme. This is fine.
Building dramatic tension.
Da-da-da. You said changes are automatically saved. All right. This isn't the one that we normally use, mainly just because I still have all of my stream music on the other one. So the password for this one is just Leora with a capital L.
The mortal goddess.
The mortal goddess, Empress
That
Leora
would be Or
Divya.
an I?
Leora.
Okay.
Can't believe you don't know how to spell the goddess's name.
Can't believe.
look.
I don't know. That sounds pretty heretical to me.
I'm
heretic.
agnostic.
Mortal goddess.
Kip is.
Let me just look up what all the other synonyms for her are real
That's-
quick.
You know, that does sound pretty heretical to me. I don't know. I don't know if anybody else noticed that. Not knowing how to spell the goddess's name. Pretty suspicious.
Okay, I can't spell the goddess's name, but I can rhyme the name of her future progeny.
What's the rhyme?
Iphigenia.
I forget.
So you can't.
Fantastic.
It's in my notes
Murder
somewhere.
time.
Wait, here it is. Yeah,
Stab.
yeah, I wrote it down. I rhymed it with gardenia.
Okay. Are y'all in?
Yes.
Okay. Hee hee hee.
Ah, yes, this one.
It's my favorite.
This sounds like my anxiety.
Good.
Yeah, that's
it
why.
should. Okay. Let me roll for the assassin.
Hey, when my anxiety sneaks up on me while I'm praying to stab me in the back.
Huh? Somebody's getting stabbed.
Okay.
My anxiety after drinking 3 cups of coffee.
You say this while drinking tea.
Now, I just want to say for the record,
Mhm.
assassins are not a low challenge rating,
Uh-huh.
and
Uh-huh.
this is not common D&D behavior.
Huh.
Uh-huh.
Vacating the
Hey.
premises might not be a bad idea.
Fuck you.
For those who can't see it, the assassin just rolled a natural 20 on initiative.
Cousin. Oh, cousin. Oh, cousin. You're
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so
Circle for Evis.
right where we left off, in the halls of the cathedral, during their least busy and most vacated time of the day,
Yummy.
stands Evis and a cloaked individual set on killing you.
Only a 9-point difference in our initiative. How bad can it be?
How bad can it be? The assassin is going to go ahead and swing at you with their scorpion stiletto, which hasn't hit yet. And with any luck, it might not. All right. Also, for those curious, this is theater of the mind. Okay. I need to screenshot this.
How dare you?
I
When
need
you
to-
say that, how dare you? Immediately.
I need to screenshot this. The attack is improperly named. I clicked the wrong one, but
Oh,
it rolled a natural one. That's for
Okay.
nat 20 on
God.
initiative, natural
It's
1 on its
already
attack against you.
Natural 1 and it's a 7.
Acts first, trips on own cloak.
So,
Got nervous.
tell me, Evis, as the assassin is running you down and attempting to stab its long stiletto dagger into your body, how do you avoid it?
How does she avoid it? I think she just kind of sees it coming from a mile away because they've already tried this once,
Uh-huh.
and just kind of gives a nice, basically just like puts the armor on her arm up so that it slides off the side and doesn't get near her.
Incredible. The attack is deflected, and he only gets one attack around, so it's back to you, Evis. What are we doing?
Thank God. Okay. Ebis is scared.
Uh-huh.
And she wants to try and control this fight as much as she can. So, she's going to cast, because I talked about this with the others a little bit earlier, and found out that Crown of Madness is a little bit different in your setting.
Yes.
So she's gonna cast Crown of Madness on this person.
Incredible.
Out of Madness is already a fun spell. What did you do to itself?
Okay. So, what is your spell save DC?
My spell save DC is a 15 now.
15. Okay.
Not fantastic. Please don't let this assassin be wise.
We shall see. It rolled a 20.
Fuck.
So you see a glimmering crown of twisted, rusted black iron begins to form above the head of the assassin. And you see flashes of magic behind the eyes of the assassin as it fights off the spell. And you hear the rending of metal as the crown rips apart above his head and dissipates.
Disgusting.
Disgusting.
Since that was my entire action,
This is a lot of back and forth.
yeah, there's a lot of back and forth. So since this isn't her entire action, she is still wearing her God, what's it called? Brooch. The brooch that she got in the first everything. And is going to basically just clutch it hard. And I don't know if she can try and make a connection again, or if that would have to be her next turn.
Ooh,
But
tell you what.
She's, yeah.
Because by all technicalities, this is a divine artifact or divine item. there is like the thread of a connection to your Empress, the mortal goddess. So go ahead and just make a check purely reliant on wisdom. Just straight wisdom.
Straight up wisdom.
Straight up
Okay.
wisdom.
Let's see. 17, which worse is not awesome because she does have a +5 to wisdom.
Hey, we take what we can get.
Yeah, we take what we can get.
So you reach out to the mortal goddess. You feel the feeling that you're being watched. Like you're getting that like tingling up the spine and the like idea that something else is here. Nothing else aside from that yet.
Is the assassin is right up close and personal, right?
Oh yeah,
So she can't.
he's in melee range.
Yeah, he's in melee range. So if she moves, he gets another grab at her.
Yep. Especially because you don't have an action to disengage.
Yep. So that's it. That's all she's gonna do.
Okay. He's going to stabby.
Please.
What's your AC?
16. I don't have my shield.
Ah, so a 23 misses. Got it.
Oh yeah, a 23 does in fact miss.
Does
I'm so
in
sorry.
fact miss. That's okay. Go ahead and make a DC 15 Constitution saving throw for me.
Let me check something really quick.
Sure.
And I do have resistance to this.
Yes, you
to
are resistant
poison.
to poison. So yeah, you go ahead and
So-
make that at advantage. Again, number's 15. I didn't need to say the number, but that's okay. Okay?
Bad.
Great.
Bad both times.
Awesome.
It's fine.
You're resistant to poison damage, right?
Yes. I also have resistance on
Okay,
poison
cool.
damage.
Cool.
So this is just gonna kill me, right?
Well, because you're resistant to poison damage, it won't straight up kill you, which is great. It's great news. It's honestly wonderful news for you. So, 5 points of piercing.
Mm-hmm.
And 2d10, 12, taken down to 6. 6 points of poison. And you are under the poisoned condition. So
Okay.
you have disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws for 1 minute.
Sick. Fantastic. Evis is already not looking amazing.
At the end of your turn, you are allowed to roll again to try to break the poison. But it is now your turn. It's such a shame that he can't get sneak attack off on you, but
Yeah, such a
was-
shame.
he
Oh
was
my
al-
god. One
yeah,
second.
that extra 3d6 would have been really nice for him.
Yeah, that would have been so great
Would have
for
been
me as a
so
person.
great.
It would have motivated you to fight back harder.
Hey Ebis, what are you doing? Hey Ebis, bestie, what's up?
Well, you just took me down about a little over half of Ebis's health.
Uh-huh.
So,
Interesting.
that's so cool of
That's
you.
so cool.
It's so cool. I love it so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Gosh, our game is really considerate.
Isn't it just? I do try my best.
She's she's taking the disengage action and she's fucking running.
Okay. Is there
Yeah.
a particular direction you're trying to head towards? Are you trying to go deeper into the cathedral? Are you trying to make it outside of the building? Like, what's sort of your vibe?
I said originally that I was heading to Calliope's room, that Ebis was heading to Calliope's room. So I'm gonna guess Ebis knows that she's gonna be there, and that's her immediate reaction is she's like scooting around this guy and she's sprinting. She's going.
Incredible. Now, normally, the way that combat works is you move your 30 feet after disengaging, and then the assassin moves 30 feet and hits you anyways.
Uh-huh.
That's not fun, though. So what I'm going to give you an opportunity to do, as you are putting in your just most intense dead sprint, I will let you take a level of fatigue, and you can roll an acrobatics or athletics check to put more distance between you and the assassin.
So a level of fatigue.
Yep, you take 1 point of fatigue, which is different from exhaustion.
Oh, okay. What does a level of fatigue do?
1 level, not really anything. But as you gain more levels of fatigue, fatigue eventually becomes exhaustion. So you can only push yourself so many times before you start slowing yourself down instead.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
is that acrobatics or athletics?
Yep, that's correct.
Sick. Natural 1 on that one, actually. So,
Oh my gosh.
yeah, I think that's her fucking tripping.
Victor, are
Like-
you good?
No,
Yeah,
no,
you know, I
I'm
think
not
that
good.
is. You know what,
I'm about
though?
to die.
You know what? Give me a dexterity saving throw.
Sick.
Sick.
16.
Okay. As you're running and you aren't paying a lot of attention to what's in front of you so much as where you're going, life-threatening situation. You can't keep track of all of the things at once. You hit a patch of carpet where the corner has rolled up. Not a lot, not enough to like disturb you when you're walking, but when you're in a dead sprint and your foot is sliding across the tile, it catches and you almost eat shit, but manage to catch yourself on one of the banners hanging on the side of the wall on the inside of the flagstone walkway. And you don't fall, but you don't get extra ground away from the assassin.
Sick. I love that.
Sick.
That's my action. My let's see if I have literally anything I can do as a bonus, because otherwise this is peace out.
Hey, DM, I have a question.
Yeah.
Are inspirations transferable in this game? Just if
Is what
shit goes to
transferable?
shit, inspiration.
Yeah, you can transfer inspiration.
Okay, Victor, you take my inspiration and you use it to keep yourself from
Do you want to store it now, or do you want to reroll that nat one?
Re-rolling that nat 1 would probably make the most difference.
Okay, go for
I
it.
love your blorbo. Don't let her die.
Die.
Blor the Blorbo has a knife to her throat. I swear to God, if this is another natural 1. 16. 16 on that deck.
16. Okay.
I'm glad I
That
could help.
reroll. Thank you so much.
Well
I'm glad
played.
Roll20 hasn't decided to murder me.
I think it is very beneficial for you that Roll20 has not straight up killed you today.
Yet. Yeah.
Yet. So you clear, I'm gonna say, given everything that happened, all of the same things happen. You almost trip, catch yourself. You notice the assassin not immediately in pursuit as he's taking out a vial of poison to refill the little compartment in his dagger with. And you use that little bit of opportunity to book it another 30 feet, basically taking the dash action in exchange for a fatigue level. And you are like clearing ass going down the hall, or hauling ass going down the hall. I know what I meant. Okay, so you have 60 feet of ground away from the assassin.
Mm-hmm.
And it is the assassin's turn.
Uh-huh.
And as I described, the assassin uses his action to refill the stiletto with... It's probably still a poison, but it doesn't look like the same one that was in it on the first hit. It looks like he's loading a different concoction into it. Seals it up.
Reloads and cocks dagger.
Reloads and cocks dagger.
Reloads and cocks dagger.
Yeah, puts a different vial of some, instead of like the greenish purplish substance before, more of like a deep, deep navy blue vial lodged and socketed into the pommel stone of the dagger. The pommel is screwed back on, and he moves 30 feet in your direction. Back to you, Ibis.
Back to you, Ibis. Ibis is about to die. She's using her... Yep. She's gonna use her channel divinity.
Okay.
And because this is the one cool thing she knows how to do. So she's using her blood puppet to try and just fucking stop him.
Do you have the description for that ability? Because I might need it for this.
Blood puppet.
Okay.
You target a large or smaller creature that is blood. So if they don't have blood, then they're free to go.
Whoever sent this assassin against you did their research. You reach out and try to tap into the vitae of this individual across from you. And I'll tell you exactly what you sense that's not blood. Because in exchange for using a powerful limited feature, you're getting information about what threat you're up against. You reach out and try to bind the blood of this individual, and instead find yourself tapping in to oil. And this creature has no blood. And all of the gears in your head turn real quick. This thing that's fighting you it's a construct. Whatever it is, it's clockwork. It's not a person. This isn't a flesh being. What I will also give you is your choice of an Arcana or History check.
So the gears in its head turn. And now I'm going to try and figure out what the fuck it is. You said History versus...
History
Arcana?
or Arcana. Yep.
Okay. 17 on History.
It's not just clockwork. This thing is pure Arcana tech. This is something native to the Empire. Like, this is a device created by a magistrate. This is stuff that comes straight out of the Hall of Magistrates. And if there's one thing you know from your studies with the cathedral, as well as your occasional visits to the Hall of the Magistrates, is clockwork or Arcana tech entities are powered by, crystalline cores that are infused with magic. Some of these cores aren't foolproof. And if you're able to, put a lot of stress on your assailant, if you are able to superheat the thing that keeps it powered, this thing is a time bomb waiting to happen. And if you can set it up at a moment that's advantageous for you, you can blow this thing up from clear across the city if you felt like it.
Okay.
So yeah, this thing has an explosive core and blows up when it dies. But if you can prime it to explode early, you can make a getaway.
Okay.
Okay?
So that is my powerful
Yep,
thing.
you get a lot of information in exactly how to kill this fucking thing in exchange for that channel divinity.
In exchange for that channel divinity, is my channel divinity technically a spell, or
Nope, it's not a
could
spell.
I also cast something?
You can also cast a spell.
Okay, then Evis is also going to cast Healing Word on herself, because
Love
if this
it.
thing gets another hit in on her, then she's gonna fucking need it.
Okay, and are you taking any movement?
Yeah, 30
Okay.
more feet
30
away
more
from this
feet.
fucking
You
thing.
got it.
Again.
Again.
Yeah, she's gone.
Do you want to try
Going as fast as
to?
she
Do you want to put up for auction another fatigue point to try to push yourself again? Or are you comfortable with 60 feet of distance? It's up to you. I'm giving you this temporary resource for this story-driven moment, and it's up to you if you want to use it or not.
How many levels of fatigue to exhaustion?
Let me see what you're currently at.
That would be 1 level of fatigue.
Okay, you're only at 1 level?
Yep.
I believe if your fatigue drops to overwhelming, so you're at noticeable. So you can do this 1 more time for free, and then after that, it's a level of exhaustion. Oh, that was temperature. My bad. So tired. So very
So
sleepy.
tired.
If you get to very sleepy, that's a level of exhaustion. But you can push yourself to sleepy and gun another 30 feet on a successful check.
Yeah, she'll gun another 30 feet.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Acrobatics or athletics?
8. Where's this carpet coming from? We're in a cathedral.
So an 8 is not enough to fail, but it's not enough to get you all 30 feet. But you get another 20 feet of distance.
Okay.
Okay. So you are 80 feet away from this creature right now.
Who left their fucking box in the hallway?
You're also feeling like your own physical exertion on yourself from trying to bend blood, as well as your stumbles from before and your injuries beginning to catch up to you. That's sort of what's contributing to your, not slowness necessarily, because you're still hauling ass, but you're not able to keep up your speed.
Yeah. Also, Ebis doesn't have long legs. This bitch is 5 foot even. She's going as fast as she can.
Okay. So, at the start of the assassin's turn, an assassin knows that it strikes best from the shadows.
Ugh.
And an assassin knows that trying to gun someone down head on doesn't aid its skill set. So instead what happens is the automatus arcana tech body of the assassin pursuing you starts to disassemble and break itself down into a snake-like, segmented, cylindrical, creature, and goes clear up the side of the wall, up towards the ceiling. Let's see. It's able to do that for free. Okay. So it's going to attempt a stealth check. You can see it trying to disappear into the shadows and hide. So you can go ahead and give me a perception check as a contested roll.
Okay.
Okay.
Perception. Okay. Okay, roll 20 has officially given me the middle finger because that's another 8.
You roll another 8.
Yep.
I'll tell you right now, the assassin's bonus to stealth is higher than the total number you rolled.
Uh-huh. That's so strange. I never would have guessed.
So you see this cylindrical brass like snake work its way up the side of the wall, and as you're trying to you're trying to keep an eye on it, and as you're focusing and looking for it, you just don't know where it is.
I think it's the she's running but also like trying to keep an eye on it, so she turns away and then looks back and she's like, oh, I know where it is, turns away to keep like continue trucking, looks back and it's fucking gone. Yeah.
Yep, it's just gone. No assassin to be found.
No assassin.
So at this
Why would
point,
there ever be an assassin?
At this point, you're a little bit more free to move about the building. Obviously, knowing that this thing is like still coming after you, but it's not in direct pursuit behind you. So like, weirdly, there's more opportunity to stop just running in a straight line. Like you can start dipping through hallways and like maybe trying to like lose it, if that's something you'd be interested in doing.
Yeah, I think she is. Since the cathedral is pretty cleared out, she would be going to where the most people are.
Okay.
Or, well, I'll give it to you. Do you think it would be easier for Ibis to go into like a common room, or would it be easier for her to get to Calliope's room?
So, the thing that's worth saying here is let me think. Ibis, in the heat of the moment as you're running about, you know what I just realized? We're gonna keep it, but you should have been rolling those saves at disadvantage because you're under the poisoned condition.
Oh yeah,
And
I
the
should
skill
have.
check.
So
That's
right.
okay. Actually, give me a con save right now at advantage, and then it's at different straight roll. Give me a con save.
Let's see.
Okay.
13.
Okay. About
13.
2 rounds have passed. Okay, you're no longer poisoned. The DC gets slightly lower every round. You're no longer poisoned. You're good.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So all of that math works out fine.
Hey, I should probably take stress for this, huh?
Yeah, go ahead. Minor, moderate, major, or monstrous?
I would say that this is major.
Major stressor. Absolutely.
I would say major because 1, somebody just came after her basically in her house. And
yeah.
2, she now knows that she did something that made somebody pissed off enough to try and kill her.
Okay.
And she knows that the magistrate is in on it.
Yep. Give me a d6.
Sick.
4 points of stress. So, just real quick, let me look at Ibis's stats real quick. let me just look at your stats.
Yeah, just look at my stats.
Let me just look at your stats.
Yeah, just see the easiest way to kill her. It's totally fine.
Okay. Give me a religion check right quick.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
12.
Hey, Ibis. It comes to you real quick why there's not a lot of activity in the cathedral right now. There's a sustainment ceremony happening. All of the Silent Sisters are required to attend.
Fuck.
But if you're willing to risk it, this isn't me pushing you one way or another. This is DM to player. If you're willing to risk it, the sustainment hall would be a very safe place to hunker down. That's where all of the powerful elite members of your order, as well as the Empress herself, are currently at. You can go for the common room. You can try to go outside. There's a lot of different ways. You can just try to find a room to hide in. You have a lot of options, is what I'm saying. It's up to you to tell me what Ibis is willing to do to stay alive.
Going to where a sustainment is taking place would be extremely, like, sacrilegious, right?
Yeah, it would be. Now, my question is, and this is the core of what I'm trying to get at here, is staying within regulation of the religion's rules more important than keeping yourself alive?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, done.
Um,
All right, so where are you heading?
So Ibis would not go to where the sustainment is taking place.
Not going to the
That's
sustainment
behind
hall.
a large curtain, basically, right?
Yep.
But there is a hall outside of that, probably like the common hall, right?
Yeah.
So that is where she's going, because if she will not go into that place, then she will get the closest she can. So somebody can basically find her body.
So someone can find her body.
Yeah, no joke. That's like going through like what Ibis is willing. She's not willing to go against her goddess, basically.
Okay.
She's not willing to interrupt that. But yeah. She wants somebody to know what happened, at least.
Okay. You sprint
so
for the common room.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And sprint you do. One more time. I would like acrobatics or athletics.
19.
19.
Thank you, roll 20.
So, you sprint through the halls of the cathedral, weaving and winding, trying in small ways to lose your assailant who you do not know the position of. So you can't be sure whether or not you have lost it.
Oh, can I say something? Right before she gets into the common room, she wants to, God, where is it? She wants to throw a null disc down.
Of course, absolutely. You can throw down a null disc. Whereabouts, I know this is very loosey-goosey in theater of the mind. Whereabouts are you trying to put the null disc?
Directly in front of her.
Got it.
Or well, actually directly behind her.
Directly, I know what you meant. Directly. Yeah, you throw it down right behind you.
Basically, when she comes to a stop, she's throwing down that null disc and waiting. Because she's either waiting for somebody to help her or she's waiting for it to come back.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. You make it into the common room. There's a couple of novitiates who are just sitting by the pews, who look very surprised at you sprinting in, bloodied, having a dagger wound, and throwing a spell into the hall behind you. And you see, out of like the 5 novitiates who are in this room, just here, some of them are like reading over religious documents, others are just chatting. You see, of the 5 novitiates here, 3 of them get up and make their way back to the halls. And you look around. You don't see anything running up the hall behind you. Don't see anything in the hall across from you. Couple of beats go by. And then it dawns on you. The assassin escaped up. And almost in poetic fashion, as you check the rafters above, the assassin drops from the ceiling and is going to make an attack against you, getting surprise. So it's getting advantage on this hit. Remind me your armor class again?
16. So, her passive perception wouldn't do anything with this, right?
Unless your passive perception meets or beats a 24.
Oh, yeah, it definitely does. I cannot believe that I didn't think about that.
But it does?
No.
Okay. I mean, you're a cleric. I wouldn't have been entirely shocked, but
no.
So I have bad news.
Evis is dead.
Well, we don't know yet. But Evis's odds are slim.
Mm-hmm.
It rolls a natural 20.
Uh-huh.
Drops from the ceiling. You take 8 points of piercing damage from the initial hit. $26 points of damage from sneak attack, which is also registered as piercing. How are you looking?
Oh, she's down.
I figured. Here's my question. From your current hit points, does a 34 take you into the negatives an amount equal to your hit point maximum? So, what's your hit point maximum?
My hit point maximum is a 33.
33. What hit points were you at before the attack hit?
She was at a 22.
22.
Or, yes. Yeah.
Okay. The poison damage matters here. As you're going down, I need a con save with advantage. 8?
14.
14. 14 is just shy of the DC.
Mm-hmm. And I do have resistance to the
You do have resistance.
poison damage as well, but I don't
Okay.
think it's gonna do much.
On 4d10, it rolled a 9, a 5, and 2 1s. Which brings it up to, I think, 16, halved to 8. So in total, it was 42 points of damage. You said you were at 22 hit points?
Yep.
Okay, it's not enough to kill you outright. You drop unconscious. But you are semi-conscious. as per my rules, you're not dying yet. You have a 5-foot crawl speed, are still aware of your surroundings. You cannot speak. What, if anything, are you doing?
So all of the novitiates have left at this point, yes?
2 of them are still here, and they are, as you go down and are losing your senses, you do see they are standing up to act.
She's reaching out to one of them to see if they can get her back up.
You reach out to one of them.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The 2 novitiates get added to the initiative. Okay. One of the novitiates is going to run over to you and hit you with a 2nd level Cure Wounds. So that is 16 hit points restored to you.
Sick.
And the 2nd novitiate takes out their holy symbol and is going to fire off a guiding bolt. Da-da-da. 20 will hit the 20 will hit the assassin.
Finally.
Finally.
As long as it's not me rolling, it's fine.
Apparently. 10 points of radiant damage, and the next hit against the assassin is at advantage. It strikes the assassin. We circle around to the assassin's turn. Da-da-da. The assassin is going to use its action to load another vial of venom into the stiletto. Ibis, you are on the ground prone, but you have 16 hit points.
She is casting. She's casting. Wait, how far is this thing from me now?
It's on top of you.
Oh, directly on top of her.
Yeah, it didn't move.
Sick.
It's directly on top of you. Technically, it's standing in the space next to you, but yeah.
Yeah. If it's basically directly on top of her, getting up, not gonna do much. She's going to again try and cast Crown of Madness.
Okay. Can you remind me your DC?
15.
15. Just like before, the eyes of this individual begin to flicker as magic tries to work its way into its mind. Crown of rot, rusted, jagged iron forms above its head, and this time it is not able to resist. And the crown lands firmly onto its scalp, and you see the metal of the wrought iron fuses with the brass plates making up its head. And that sucker's not coming off.
So, in your setting, Crown of Madness
Functions a little bit differently.
functions a little bit differently.
So, the big change is a charmed target must either spend its reaction to make an attack against a creature other than itself of your choosing, or take 2d6 psychic damage. Basically, you force it to take psychic damage if it doesn't attack something you're telling it to attack. So it can still choose not to, but it gets punished for that. And that's how I change it.
Yeah. Ibis is using that link to make it hurt itself. So she's not gonna have it take any attack.
Okay. You're just gonna force it to take that psychic damage.
Yeah, I'm gonna force it to take that psychic damage.
Sounds good.
And I don't think that she can direct it to get away from her.
Unfortunately not.
But she's gonna use half of her movement to get up and the other half to get away.
Okay.
So I'm imagining like this 15-foot semicircle around this thing made by the 3 novitiates.
Sounds good. The novitiate who healed you is going to use a bonus action to bring out a spiritual weapon. And the spiritual weapon does not look like a weapon. The spiritual weapon is just a projection of the Empress.
Mm-hmm.
just a version of the Empress made from glowing radiant light appears behind the construct. 15 just misses the assassin. Wait, it had advantage though because of guiding bolt, so that does hit for 9 points of force, and then a mace which misses. So yeah, the divine replication of the Empress does not. This is the funniest part. It does not attack, like it doesn't visibly swipe out against the assassin, but she just looms over the assassin and stares into it, and you can see like burning, like little bits of like burning cloth from the like cloak on its back, where the visage of the generated Empress is just staring it down. And so the spiritual weapon version of the Empress looks at something and damages it.
Good for her.
Good for her. The other one is going to fire off another guiding bolt, which is a critical fail. On the assassin's turn, the assassin, with madness glowing in its eyes, looks at you directly and grabs the side of the head of the priest that's in front of it and goes to stab directly through her jugular.
Did it...
It is taking that psychic damage. Go ahead and roll 2d8.
Okay. It's taking that psychic damage.
And
And has it already gotten out of it? It's already gotten out of...
nope. It has to make a save at the end of this turn, not the start of it. So it can still choose to attack a creature, but if it does, it takes damage, is how it
Okay.
works. Yeah, so give me the 2d8.
And it's not plus anything. It's just
Nope, just 2d8.
Just 10 fucking damage.
10 points of damage doubled to... No, it's not doubled. It has disadvantage on attack rolls, saving throws, and ability checks. This thing has psychic susceptibility, not vulnerability. It just gets disadvantage on all of its rolls if it takes psychic damage.
Oh, I would like to ask the question.
Yeah.
If it has fully materialized, is it standing on my null disc?
Not on your... I mean, would you still have been standing right next to the entrance to the hallway?
I mean, she tossed it down right behind her.
That's fair.
It jumped down on top of her.
Tell you what.
So if it's
I will give it...
3 feet away.
I'm gonna make
then
it
I'll
roll. I'm gonna make it roll to see on which side of you it landed.
Okay.
It does proc null disc.
Okay.
Go ahead and give me your null disc.
That's another...
It makes a... Wait, does it make a save for that? It's my own spell. I
It's
should
your own
remember.
spell.
It's my own spell. Dexterity save. Which it now has disadvantage on. Well, technically it should have taken this earlier.
Yeah, if it took it earlier, then that's fine.
Yeah.
But otherwise, if it only like fully materialized after Crown of Madness, then technically I wouldn't still be focusing on null
Ooh,
disc.
that's fair.
So it depends on if it
No,
fully
he
like
was-
popped null
Oh,
disc or...
You went unconscious, so null disc would have dissipated anyways.
Okay,
Okay,
so never mind.
so at the end of this all...
Disregard literally all of that.
At the end of all of this, nothing changed.
Yeah.
Okay, it takes 10 points of damage. And goes to stab your compatriot. Priests, as that is the stat block I am using, does not have a very high AC. But the assassin has disadvantage, so we shall see what happens. It rolls a 17 and a 21. And a 17 beats the AC of the priest. So, the priest takes, or the novitiate, takes 6 points of piercing damage, which already does not look great for it. And she's going to make a con save, which she fails. I'm going to roll this publicly. A priest has a total of 27 hit points. 6 takes it down to 21, and it fails the save and takes the full 4d10. 21 exactly kills it. So you watch as it twinges and suffers the psychic damage, and its body jolts, and it still looks you dead in the eyes, stabs her in the throat and through the collarbone, and you watch the venom eject out of the dagger and slip into her bloodstream. And you watch as, like, her fingers, like, you can just see, like, from the tip of her finger down to, like, her elbows, her arms just necrotize, and black veins run up the side of her throat, and she drops dead. Pulls the dagger out. At the start of the next turn.
Can I say something before that?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Ibis would fully turn to the other person and just say, "Run."
Run. Okay. Now tell me, Ibis, how much stress do you think you'd suffer from watching a member of your order?
Just as much. What's the monstrous one again?
Monstrous stress is 1d6 plus 4.
Okay, yeah, that one.
Yeah, let's do that. So add 4, 9 points of stress.
Add 9.
What stress are you at, and what's your threshold?
I'm at 13.
Out of?
My maximum is 49.
Okay, wow, you can suffer a lot of stress.
Slaps Ebis. This bad boy can fit so much stress in it.
Incredible.
Yup.
All right, Ibis. Before your turn starts, I would like you to roll me a d20.
Cool. 16.
16 is a high number.
Not high enough, I'm gonna guess, by the twinge in your voice.
Okay. I have to roll something now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
How sad are you gonna
As
make me?
you are preparing to act, you look at the curtains shift, and out of the 4 potential NPCs who could have stepped out of here, the Empress walks out from the curtain, looks at the Clockwork Assassin, who has severely wounded you and has killed another novitiate. And you watch as she waves a hand, and it rapidly rusts, and the cloak that it is wearing is molting and is covered in mold, and just rapidly ages this thing until it just fades into dust. She looks at the novitiate, and she looks at you, and in a very, very cross and very unamused voice goes, "That's a rather big mess, isn't it?"
Evis fully drops to her knees, like just looking at the dead body of this novitiate, and then back up to her Empress. And
she looks at you and she goes, "You let it chase you through the halls into a room where it could hurt other people?"
I did. Sorry.
And with a very grim expression, she says, "Hopefully, you'll do better on your 3rd trial." And she walks back behind the curtain. And that's it.
Can we kill her now?
Ibis.
Yeah, I would very much like to murder her.
Ibis.
Uh-huh.
The realization of what just happened and what the Empress just confirmed hits you. This was set up. This was one of your trials. This assassination attempt on you was constructed by the Empress. She did this. And did not even pretend that she did not. Minor, moderate, major, or monstrous.
Major.
You've got it. Roll a d6.
Sorry, I'm literally writing in my notes, the Empress did this, and novitiate is dead because of her.
Yep. 5
Five.
more points of stress.
5 more points of stress. That brings her up to 18.
And tell me honestly, as far as Ibis is concerned, Whose fault is it?
Hers.
Take
It's Ibis's
another
fault.
take another 2 points of stress.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 'Cause yeah, Ibis.
She allowed it to happen.
You should have known.
Mhm.
You should have known not to put the lives of your other novitiates at risk.
Mhm.
A better person than you would have died there and let an organization full of clerics bring you back to life later.
Mhm.
How foolish of you.
Yep.
I mean, it's a religious order. Empress Leora is the mortal goddess. She could have brought you back without batting an eye. You realize, probably, maybe even, that assassin was too much for you. Because the point of that trial was to show whether or not you were willing to put other people's lives at risk. And you did. And you failed.
Yep.
And you returned to your room.
I think Ibis looks at the dead novitiate, who I'm gonna guess she doesn't even know her name. And
That was just some random girl.
I think she's too stunned to cry. So yeah, she just kind of, I think, tucks one of the girls, like a piece of her hair behind her ear,
Mm-hmm.
and goes back to her room to think about what she's done.
One last thing before we pan to another player is you get a sending from Calliope.
Mm-hmm.
And in very curt words, we'll talk later.
I think she just sends back, I should have died.
Gosh, what a lesson! What a lesson to learn! Gosh, don't we love the Order of the Sustaining Mother? Isn't this great?
This is so fine and chill.
This is so fine and chill.
I hate you two so much. I am going to slam my face into my desk.
Oh, and you want to know what I think is one of the most fun things for me to point out and for Ibis to think about?
Mm-hmm.
There's also this realization that everybody who was inducted into the Silent Sisters, all of the people who are your superiors and all the people who you looked up to, had to do this same thing.
Mm-hmm.
This is just part of the process. Moving on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the worst is that Calliope knew.
Yeah, of course Calliope knew. This was your trial. This was important to Calliope because you're important to her. How could you let her down like that?
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, I'm gonna stop being really mean to Ibis for a time. You're so messed up for this. I love you. Thank you. I love you too, Lynx.
Yeah, who else are you gonna be mean to now?
Yeah, I wonder. Actually, I thought I might leave that to the dice. Okay. Galatea. Last day or so of your short little 4-day long rest. What do you think Galatea is up to?
I'm not sure, to be honest. She's most likely helping Eagle around, making sure the sunrise ship is safe, making sure that Ibis is safe whenever she's outside.
Ooh, this is a good question to ask. Real quick, does Ibis go out on the town after this? Does she stay secluded at the cathedral? Does she think herself unworthy to stay there and look for somewhere else? Like, right after, like, where does Ibis go? Just on the off chance you could run into Galatea.
I think Ibis first goes to her room, changes, leaves her wound bleeding, but like changes the clothing over top. She won't heal herself. And yeah, I think after that she's gonna go home. So she's walking.
Like,
I think she's just
home as in Kip's vineyard? Or
yeah,
Kip's
home
family's
is in
vineyard?
Kip's vineyard.
Okay, because
Yeah.
I thought you meant home. And I've been like, that's an interesting choice.
No, she's going to Kip's vineyard. So I think she's walking.
Okay. So yeah, I'm going to say, Galatea, since you said you might have been on the lookout for Ibis as you were doing other things, you know, you've been helping Egel with physical therapy and like helping her move around, which she needs a lot of assistance with since like she's been bedridden so long that a lot of her muscles are atrophied. But during one of the times where you weren't helping out Egel, you stumble into Ibis.
Knowing that it's not normal that Ibis is out and about, Galatea is most likely going to wonder if she should approach Ibis or not. Like, try and gauge the situation.
Mm-hmm.
And depending on what's going on, she might approach Ibis if Ibis seems like she needs someone to talk to.
Absolutely.
Should I roll something? Or
Tell you what, I'm gonna go ahead and have you roll insight for me.
wisdom?
Yep, wisdom, insight.
Got it. 9.
9. So, you tell me, Ibis, what does Galatea get from you on a 9?
On a 9. Sorry, I just took a bite of food, so.
Oh, sorry, no worries.
On a 9, I think Ibis is the type who wears her heart on her sleeve. So very obviously she is pretty shaken up. But I think if she sees, whenever she sees another, like, if she sees any silent sisters, if she sees any novitiates, she immediately puts her head down.
Mm-hmm.
But if she sees Galatea, she'd smile, you know.
So, definite obviousness that there's some hurt happening, but
She's
Ibis
also probably
is putting on a brave face, would you say?
Mm-hmm. She's
Okay.
putting on a brave face, but also she's still injured.
Yeah.
She wouldn't heal herself after that. So she might
Gosh, that's
be
such
like-
a choice.
yeah. She might be clutching one side or, walking with a little bit of a limp. But yeah. In her mind she deserves it.
In that
So.
case, Galate is going to approach Ibis, and basically say, "Hey, everything okay?"
Mhm.
Are you sure?
Everything is fine.
Are
I
you sure?
have failed a test. So
I guess the one where you're supposed to die.
And this is a very
Yes.
prevalent reminder. Galatea was also trying to enter the Silent Sisterhood.
did you pass the test?
Now I'm gonna leave this up to you, Galatea. You tell me. Did you? Did you let the assassin kill you?
I'd say Galatea at the moment would have allowed the assassin to kill her.
Okay.
Current Galatea would not, but past Galatea would.
So past Galatea succeeded this test.
Yeah.
Okay.
Either way, she's going to lie.
Punished Galatea. Eye patch,
Ew.
a cigar.
Now, this is an interesting point for Ibis, which is this is a lie. You have the opportunity to roll an insight check here. Do you think you even would? Okay. 21.
Already did.
All right.
Already did.
Give me deception, Galatea.
Where the hell is deception? Oh, there. 9!
9.
Again! 9! So yeah,
So-
Galatea says,
Go ahead.
Galatea essentially says, well, I didn't pass that test.
Ibis, you can see in Galatea's expression and like in her eyes, you can see Galatea is not being honest. Galatea is
Mhm.
saying that she failed the test, but she, someone who was kicked out of the order and is basically walking around as like a barely tolerated apostate, succeeded where you failed.
Ibis puts a hand on like Galatea's arm, and just says, "You don't have to pity me. I failed, and that's my fault."
You think
I-
it's pretty?
What was that? What was that, Carlotta?
Yes, Dan?
Galatea essentially asked, do you think it's pity?
Yes.
Well, one of the things I've learned is many of the tests are made so you are filtered out to be perfectly loyal, a perfect puppet. The moment I asked for help in killing the one person that actually mattered to me at the end of the day, other than the Empress at the time, and was refused help even though I passed all the tests. Well, you see what happened to me.
Sorry. I'm sorry, Galatea.
Just be careful. And Galatea casts a second level Cure Wounds on Ibis.
Okay, go ahead and give me the roll.
And submit. So 9?
Ibis, 9 hit points are restored to you, and the marks of your failures are washed off of your body.
Oh, that's symbolism.
And then I'm going to dump the entirety of my lay on hands on her as well. So 10.
Well, Ibis, how close to max HP are you?
So that was 9.
Yeah.
9 plus 10, so 19.
So that would be. Sorry, I have to do math, and I'm gay, so I can't do that.
19 total healing.
So she would have only needed 8 to get back up.
Okay, so you don't need to use the lay on hands. She got to full HP off of just the cure wounds.
Okay.
Well, no, she would have needed 8 from your lay on hands.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So you have 2
Then,
points to spare.
Yeah.
Okay. Ibis, you are whole and healthy. Your body is perfect and pristine. And right now, after everything, and after what you know you were supposed to do, that doesn't feel good. Being
No.
completely healthy feels awful.
Yeah. I think she would take stress from that.
Minor, moderate, major, or monstrous.
Moderate.
Roll a d6.
3.
3 gets you to exactly half. Let me roll on my afflictions table.
So my max is 49.
She has one more.
Oh, you have
So
one
I
more.
have-
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm doing the math.
gosh.
Join.
Lysandra is the
Join me in
same.
mental breakdown.
Okay.
She needs to
Ibis.
hit 24.
Ibis,
One more.
Ibis is one small inconvenience away from buckling under.
Ibis trips on that carpet one more time.
Ibis trips on that
Sorry,
carpet one more time.
Sorry, we don't have Coke. Is Pepsi okay?
No.
Mind break.
I'm gonna have the afflictions table at the ready just in case.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
If only I have calm emotions.
You're
Calm
at
emotions
20.
can heal stress.
I'm at 23.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you need to hit
Yes.
24 for your
Mm-hmm.
the stress point. Okay.
God, that's so
Um,
funny.
Ibis also has calm emotions. Do you think that she's gonna use it on herself?
Absolutely
no.
not.
Are you kidding me?
Gosh, why would
She deserves it.
She does deserve it. You're absolutely right.
Well,
Ibis, tell me,
thank you.
how to put this. Is the Empress infallible?
Yes.
Can you prove it?
I mean, isn't that the point of somebody being infallible? Is that you can't prove that they've ever made a mistake?
Well, have they ever made a mistake?
No. The Empress. No. She's never made a mistake. I made a mistake. I'm the mistake.
Really? You are the mistake? For wanting to live?
Yes.
So, you're telling me you're no better than that rock?
If the Empress wishes for me to be. If the Empress wants me dead, then who am I to say otherwise?
Well, in that case, why put you through so many tests?
So that I might be perfect one day.
But you just said you don't matter. You see where I'm going?
I don't. If Galatea, I don't matter.
Jeff
I-
puts her on the forehead.
Oh. My brother used to do that. It's dumb. If the goddess wants me to be perfect, then shouldn't I be? I owe her everything. I owe them my life.
You're speaking like me.
Hmm?
You're speaking how I used to.
You used to be a member.
Yeah.
You know? You used to be one of us. Of course I'm speaking like you. I looked up
Not
to
that.
you. Why wouldn't I?
I don't mean it like that. I mean it like you're putting your entire value upon the opinion of someone who expects nothing but perfection and not even one mistake.
She said that I'll do better next time. So I will.
She expects you to do better. Not that you will. Now, let's say that your next test is, I don't know, for you to kill someone you love. For you to watch someone you love die. What then?
Then
What
I-
happens when your final task is to kill Calliope?
Ibis.
stress.
No, I was gonna say, I mean, you can take it if you want to, but Calliope's already a silent sister.
Yeah.
There's no one more important to you than Calliope. Maybe only other than the mortal goddess herself. Calliope's already passed all of her tests. This very somber thought comes over you, I think. You have no one other than Calliope to lose. Calliope is the only person you have to lose. I mean, maybe there's Kip, but like, maybe there's the other people that you met, but none of them are members of the Order. None of them are important. The goddess is important.
If the goddess ordered me to kill somebody I loved, then I don't know. I enough people I love have died. I don't know. I think Evis is smiling as she's saying all of this, but it's rough.
So this is entirely up to you. Are we at a breaking point? Am I rolling on the affliction table? You need to take one more point of stress before that happens. You tell me.
Yeah. Yes.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Add a point of stress. And give me a d10.
5.
5. Ooh. This potentially is a very interesting flavor.
Mm-hmm.
And it sort of fits along with what I, as the DM, have already been doing.
Mm-hmm.
Ibis, on a roll of a 5, you are hallucinating. And as you sit there and you listen to Galatea saying all of these things, and you realize you have no one else to lose, it occurs to you only now you are standing on the block where your childhood home used to be. And out of the corner of your eye, and it disappears if you look directly at it, but in the corner of your eye, you see flames. And you almost feel the instinct to turn your head. And you feel on the other side of you, on your right side, a hand. And you turn, and very briefly, there is the image of Empress Leora before it is gone just as quickly. And that small, completely internal moment tells you everything you need to hear. The Empress is still there for you. She mentioned your next trial. You're not done yet. You failed one. But if you apply yourself more, if you give more of yourself to the Empire, if you give everything you have to give, there's still a chance for you.
Thank you, Galatea. I think you've been very helpful.
Think this. And I'm going to take stress for this.
Okay? My favorite question. Minor, moderate, major, or monstrous?
The second one.
Okay. Roll a
you said
d4.
It was okay. D4.
Okay, you suffer 2 points of stress.
Okay, I'm at 13. Galatea takes off her head.
What?
You look at Galatea, reach up, grab either side of her jaw, lift, and you see. You've always noticed this, but there's a perfectly perfectly circular scar that goes all the way around Galatea's neck. And as she pulls, you see that scar give away like nothing, like pulling a stack of paper apart, just off. And a ghostly flame alights above where her neck is, where her head would be, and she holds her head in her hands.
Huh.
And immediately she puts her head back in place.
You put your head back on.
I died and had no chance of being revived, as I was already exiled. That's what desperation brought me to. That's what me giving my own life to a single goal brought me to. Don't make the same mistake I did.
Ibis.
And Galatea hugs Ibis.
You feel the sensation of Galatea hugging you, but you feel a stronger sensation around your hands as you feel but don't see Empress Leora grab your hand and tug. It's time to go. It's time to go, Ibis. You have work to do. You have to get back to the cathedral. You have to give more than you've ever given. Galatea, I mean, even the thought of entertaining her words is maddening to you because Galatea is saying things that are heretical. And you've been letting them slide, but this thing that happened with her head, this weird decapitation deal, the fact that Galatea is not alive and not dead, she said it herself. That only happened after she left the Order and couldn't rely on it anymore. You're right. Galatea's right, in fact. You don't want to become like her. It's time to go.
Yeah. I think Ibis doesn't return the hug, and as soon as Galatea lets go, she smiles, she gives a little wave, and she immediately makes her way back to the cathedral.
Where are you going before?
I don't have a home anymore, so I don't know where I was going. I'm going home now.
And you head back to the
Can I-
cathedral. You can try. Ibis is set on going back to the cathedral.
No, can I do an insight check to check if she truly believes that?
Sure. Make an insight check.
20.
Ibis's eyes are darting up and next to her as if there is someone standing next to her who's not there. And she is completely ignoring you.
No, you're not going to pay me any more attention, as I seem to have brought about the very thing I tried to avoid. I'm sorry.
you
And
get
I am going to take
no
monstrous
response.
stress from that.
Okay. Give me a d6 and add 4.
Okay. D6 plus 4. That is 8.
Take 8 points of stress.
21. How do I calculate my maximum? Oh.
I think you're over. You're
Yeah,
most
how do
likely
I-
over.
Wait.
Another
How
one
do I
joins
calculate
the
it?
fold.
So it is okay, hold on, let me get the calculation for you real quick.
It's your max. So what's your maximum stress number? Like out of?
So it's the calculation for your stress is 20 plus your level plus 4 times either your intelligence or your wisdom.
Modifier?
Modifier.
Okay, so 20 plus my level, that is 24 plus 4 times my intelligence or wisdom, which I'm going to take wisdom, so that is
Okay, so
24
8, so
plus-
20, 28 plus 4, 32. Galatea
32.
Galatea suffers an affliction.
Yeah, you had
Welcome.
once you hit 16, you hit affliction for you. It's
So
half
yeah,
your-
that 8 carried you over and then some. Okay, Galatea,
This is amazing.
give me a D6. Or D10, I'm sorry. Give me a D10.
Okay. 4.
4. Oh god, the poetry set it writes itself, folks. On a 4, you afflict to hopeless. You realize in trying to help Ibis, you just pushed her further into the grasp of the Order of the Sustaining Mother than she has ever been. And it weighs on you. Ibis needed help and you made it about you. And pushed her away.
As soon as
So
Ibis leaves,
the
Galatea just doesn't go back to Eros' place and goes back to her own place.
Okay. You head back to the dingy, dilapidated home on the side of the road. Moldy cushions, rotting floorboards, holes in the windows and some of the walls. Mechanically, and I should say this for the people at home. Ibis, you automatically fail wisdom perception checks, and enemies targeted by your attacks function as if they have half cover. And Galatea, your critical successes are treated like normal rolls, and you always act last in initiative. Okay. We're gonna move on. I am sorry, I did not expect this. I am sorry for the viewers. This is a very heavy episode, as I am learning. I'm gonna try to lighten things from here. And practice self-care, folks.
Yeah.
Practice self-care,
You know
folks.
yourself.
Don't practice
And
self-care.
don't join
Have-
cults.
Don't.
Have
Yeah.
a mental breakdown. Join us. Release your inhibitions.
In fact, if everyone is okay with it, I actually like your suggestion, Lynx. I might take a quick break before we resume.
Good.
Yeah.
Breakdown.
We're gonna
Breakdown.
call it
Water.
we're gonna call it 10
Breakdown.
minutes. We're gonna give everybody time to clear their head. We're gonna move on to happier things. Thank you all for watching so far, and we'll be right back in 10, maybe 15 minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to episode 5 of The Empire of Blood, Identity. As a note, Tierfy, played by Claire, is not going to be present in the rest of the session. She had to leave early for a job interview, and a couple of the elements that we touched on before the intermission hit a little bit close to home. I've already checked in with her, I've made sure she's okay, and she wishes for us to go on with the show, and so go on we shall. So, we're gonna zoom back in to the Uridian Empire.
Whoa.
And we're going to turn our focus to someone new. And like before, well, I'm gonna say first, before I roll for someone, does anyone want to volunteer for antics?
Tara volunteers.
Tara's
Tara
volunteering.
volunteers.
You've got it. Absolutely. Tara, last day or two of this little 4-day rest, if we can even call it a rest anymore. What are you up to?
So here's my question. I have 2 questions, just kind of starting. Because last time we left off, Kip and Tara were going to speak to Lysandra about Lysandra and Tara potentially helping Kip go and rescue. Remind me the name of the character?
Eudoris.
Eudoris, thank you. Yeah, so that conversation still needs to happen. And then other than that, Tara just now has a new 3rd spot to drop off foods when she hunts. Because she's going to start dropping stuff off at Kip's.
I love it.
Because she has officially decided to adopt Kip, like, into the New Lionsborn clan. Now you're part of it.
All right. So we're going to do this in the future. We're going to do this the day after, and we're going to zip back retroactively to the talk between Tara, Lysandra, and Kip. So a day after whatever this conversation happens, I'd actually like to get into some hunting antics with Tara, if that's all right.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So
it's before the break of dawn. Tara would have gotten up, made Lysandra and Typhon and the baby dragon breakfast, laid it all out so that it was there for them when they woke up, and she always makes one for the housekeeper,
who is blissfully enjoying her vacation.
Yeah, she still made one because she didn't recognize. Oh yeah, the housekeeper's on vacation, so there's still just an extra mini quiche. And then she goes out to hunt.
Fantastic. Up at the break of dawn, maybe even slightly before dawn breaks, you are out of the main city, down at the base of the mountain, in the dense jungles that go out for about a mile before you get to the beaches of the island that the Empire is built on. Is there any particular beastie that Tara would want to look for? Or is it just whatever is the biggest and looks like it would feed the most people?
So, first thing Tara does when she goes out to, like, hunt is... So there are a couple places that she normally stops. She doesn't typically hunt small game, but when she does hunt around in where the small game would be, she's aiming to scare the birds out of their nests to collect the eggs, first and foremost.
Okay, so...
because she needs eggs for quiche.
This is interesting. We're gonna let you do a couple of things as you're hunting and gathering. Can you do me a favor and make an intimidation check utilizing... let me see here. I'm looking at the... I forget that your girl's stats are very strange.
Yeah, I rolled really poorly.
Yeah, like that's.
Yeah, I rolled
Wait,
very,
hold
very
on.
poorly when
Wait.
I rolled stats.
This is a thing we might have to figure out later.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought so. We did a point buy.
Yeah, that's true.
We
I
did
may have done it dumb.
Yeah, we
I
did
may
a
have done
point
it
boy
dumb.
with a
That
we did a
was
point
a hot
buy.
minute ago.
We did
That
it
was a
with
hot minute ago.
It was a budget of 32 points. I'll get with you later and we can work this out.
Yes, please.
Okay. So, go ahead, and give me, intimidation, but add your strength instead of your charisma.
Okay.
What a champ pushing through with these stats, though. I mean,
Yeah, it's just what she does. 16.
16. Absolutely. Scaring a bunch of little birds out of their nest, piece of cake. You're able to get, probably over the course of maybe your first 45 minutes to an hour, you're able to get, a dozen and some change eggs.
Awesome.
Next part of your route, you're generally looking for larger game, correct?
Yeah, she's looking for something large that most of the time what she looks for, and what she's looking for today are going to be a little different because most of the time what she's looking for is something large game that also has good alchemical ingredient to give to Tyrfie.
Okay.
But being that she's now separating the catch between 3 people, she's looking for the largest thing she can find that will feed the most amount of people.
You've got it. Go ahead and give me a survival check.
All right.
Okay.
18.
On top of that, can you roll me a d20?
Yeah. Six.
Okay. So, you begin looking around and sort of scouting about the dense jungle, at the base of the mountain. And you find, I want to make sure I have this correctly. You find, sets of very, very, like, big, feline-like paw prints moving through the soft soil. You can also see scratches on, like, the sides of tree bark. And if you could do me a favor and roll nature.
7.
Some kind of big cat.
So since Tara is
You know,
very,
I'll give you
when it comes
advantage,
to-
actually.
yeah,
Yeah.
I was gonna say since Tara
Yeah.
felines are kind of her thing.
Yeah, give me advantage. Give me advantage.
That's an 8. This Roll20 hates me.
That's okay. Yeah, it's a big cat. It's a big cat with weirdly shaped claws based on the scratches on the trees. Like, whatever this is, it's not a normal cat. This is something that's, like, among, like, the more strange fauna that's present here on the island. It's a fucked up kind of cat.
Wonderful. Big Himbo Tara is going to look for it.
Of
Because
course.
head empty, no thoughts. Just big cat.
Ooh, big cat. Big hunt, big kill. Yeah, you begin following in the tracks. And while you are going down the tracks, you notice at some point during the journey that this animal was making, it must have had a somewhat similar idea to you, as you see a like bird nest on the ground, cracked eggs over the soil, and sparse sets of feathers. And there's sort of an obvious area where the creature like diverted from its course to go like grab these birds. And you notice the claw marks that are on the side of the tree trunk as it was like climbing up to get access to the nest looks different from the scrapings you saw on the previous trees.
Tara is gonna approach and just kind of cock her head and look at it, and
Ooh, give me an
kind of
investigation
just
check.
examining the. Okay. That's a 3.
You said you wanted to go on a himbo adventure. If this isn't
Yep.
that,
That's exactly what it is.
So
I was like, damn, that's weird.
Damn, that's a weird cat. God, that's strange. So the thing that's the weirdest part is the odd scrapings that were on the previous tree trunks when you first found the first found the trail. Those scrapings are not on the side of the tree trunk that the nest was knocked out of, but it is on the side of the branch that, with the couple of spare twigs that are like lodged and like nestled between where the arm of the branch comes out and where it intersects with the trunk. Those weird scratches that aren't what's on the trunk of this tree are on the branch where the nest fell out of. So you're almost thinking that there's like another appendage that this cat has to like reach up into trees or something.
So I have a question.
Yeah?
If Tara has hunted this creature, if it is the creature I'm thinking it is, before, would Tara be more able to recognize what this is?
I think picking the pieces together, you can give me another nature check with advantage.
Yeah, I think I know what it is. 13.
13. You find in the tree, in that branch, a tuft of black fur. And what looks almost like a claw, but it's like nubbier. And like it's not as like slender and like thin. It's like kind of bulky. And it like you pull it out of the tree and you have the weird kind of, it's a claw but not like a cat's claw. It's something different. The black fur, the regular cat like prints, but the weird scrapings on all the trees.
Oh shit, this is a displacer.
It's a displacer beast.
Yeah, that's immediate, because that was one of the first things that Tara ever hunted for Tearfee.
Yeah.
And Tara's just like, oh shit, they're back. Alright.
I forgot
And
you
Tara's
hunted one
going
already,
to-
but this was fun.
Yeah, Tara's going to just slowly pull her sword out and just be like, it's going to appear just out of nowhere at some point, so might as well have this ready.
Okay.
And that's one of the things that Tara does when she's out hunting, is that she will speak to herself out loud.
I love it. I love that for her.
Just because it's one of those things, and this is something that Tara does just in general as part of like her morning hunts. Part of her self-care is keeping herself occupied so that she doesn't have to think about all the bullshit she goes through on a daily basis. The things that she does every day are like, she hunts, she spends time in her little grove thing that she made to worship the god that she worships. She, and she like checks in on people who she cares about. And that's part of the whole hunt process, is that Tara wants to make people smile like she doesn't often. So that's why she cooks like she does. That's why she works as hard as she does. And that's also why she takes care of herself as much as she can, because self-care and being able to take care of herself means she can take care of others.
Bingo. I love it. You continue on the trail. Now you know what you're hunting. And God, you know you've killed one before. You have that surge of confidence as you know your prey and you know that you can handle it. And you know, looking at the size of these prints, it checks all of your boxes. It's a big beastie, a little bit bigger than the average displacer beast. It's got some really funky alchemical parts that you can still give to Tierfy as an added bonus. It's gonna be able to feed a couple of people. And you continue.
No. Tara's definitely hunting this thing down.
Descend into the forest even further. Or jungle. Descend into the jungle even further. And as you're weaving through the trees and following the trail closely, are you planning on approaching the displacer beast quietly?
So I have another question.
Sure.
Because Tara leaves before the break of dawn.
Yeah.
What phase is the moon in?
So a thing that's important is, I have multiple moons in Vale.
Are any of them full?
I think the way that my chart is set up, there's almost always one that is full.
Wonderful. So Tara doesn't like transforming in the city, but when she's hunting, this is her time where she gets to just enjoy being a Theranthrope.
Absolutely.
So can Tara just lion out here and just hunt as the lioness?
Abso-fucking-lutely, you can.
So Tara is going to, like, without shame, put her sword and shield in her little grove and just let the beast out.
Are you still going to approach stealthily, or are you going to go like claws
she's going
blazing?
Right at it. Claws
Okay.
blazing. She's tearing ass at this thing.
Fantastic. As you are sprinting on all fours through the forest or through the jungle, following its trail, I need a perception check from you.
Alrighty.
You can tell me whether or not it's at disadvantage because of the bloodlust and like the beast, but like,
oh no, she's always
she's always alert. You've got it.
When she's in that Theranthrope form, because she knows that people would hunt her. Yeah, she's aware of her surroundings.
You got it. Absolutely. Perception check.
14.
Okay. You feel it. You are closing the distance. You are looking at, like, the spread of, like, what the distance between the feet are. You remember generally the size of a displacer beast. Looking at its trail and how soft, like, how fresh it is in the soft soil. You have an exact bead on how fast this thing is traveling, and you know with a certainty you are gaining on it. And as you come barreling forward, faster and faster, wind running through your mane. With a 14, you see the displacer beast in a grove that looks like it's fighting something else. It's in a defensive stance. It's weird, like, ocular deceptive illusion where there's like, it looks like there's multiple displacer beasts all like occupying the same area as each other, and it's like shifting and contorting. You see a massive gray, it's not a fist per se, it has a like hand, it has a front paw and claws that are bigger than the displacer beast's torso.
Oh, fuck.
And it slams down. The displacer beast yelps in horror and just lets out a shrill meow as it tumbles. Its illusion dissipates and fades, and the other being just grabs the displacer beast and carries it up. You break through the clearing, going too fast to slow yourself down. and you
Fuck
see.
slowing myself down. That's my kill.
Fuck yeah, absolutely.
I'm tackling this thing.
As you get a closer look at it, this thing is towering at maybe 12 feet in height, has thick, keratinous gray hide, the way that you would look at the hide of a rhino. It has 6 gleaming yellow eyes on the side of its head, and it looks like it's capable of standing both bipedal and quadrupedal. It is currently on its hind legs, and you watch as it twists the displacer beast. You hear its spine and ribs crack, and it rips the displacer beast in half. And it looks down at you. I need another nature check. This one would not be an advantage. 10. I have to think. Yeah, I don't think you know what this thing is.
Yeah, probably not. But I know that it just stole my kill.
Okay, absolutely. So you look up at it, and it looks down at you, sort of in this little bit of a standstill. Tara, you have kind of an edge here, as both of its hands are full with either half of a displacer beast. What are you doing?
So, remember when I speared Asphodel into the sand?
Yeah.
I'm spearing this thing to the ground.
Oh my god, you're trying to wrestle it?
Oh yeah!
Okay!
This is how I got so good at this!
Are you getting it? Are you raging?
Oh yeah.
Okay, give me,
100%.
god damn it, give me an athletics check with advantage.
Alright. 17.
Okay. I'm gonna roll for this thing, and we're gonna see. We're gonna see what happens. This would be so fucking funny. Da-da-da. With a plus... Oh no, it's not a saving throw. Wait a minute. It rolls a 13.
Fuck yeah!
So you go under the, like, trunk thickness leg, and with one swoop... Tara doesn't know what this is. But I will say this for those here. Tara, you grab the leg of a gray render and knock it on its ass. And it falls onto its back with a thud and drops both halves of the displacer beast. And I'm gonna, because it was so not expecting this, versus Asphodel, who was expecting a fight,
oh yeah.
I'm gonna have it roll a con save.
Fuck yes.
You knock the wind out of it. It is stunned right now.
Okay. Tara's gonna try and so one of the things that Tara will do for larger animals, and how she got so good at wrestling, is one of the quickest ways to end a fight with a larger beast is to take it over your head and break its neck. Because you can't get up on it and break its neck, but if you drop its full body weight on itself, you can. Or at least that's what she's gonna try and do. So she's going to, like she tried to do with Asphodel, hands around the waist and German suplex this thing's full body weight onto its neck.
Real quick.
Uh-huh.
Could I ask for something from Tara?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is weird. Can I have you make an insight check for me real quick?
Sure. 4.
Oh god.
That's a natural 1,
Oh,
total 4.
Oh God. Oh.
Or no, natural 3, total.
Natural 3, total 4.
Yeah, not quite a nat 1.
Okay, give me
Still low.
give me a strength check. It is gonna try to resist for the sake of its life, but it has disadvantage in this circumstance.
Athletics?
Yeah, athletics.
Okay. And am I making it just straight or advantage?
You're making it at advantage, and it's making it at disadvantage.
Oh, wonderful. Natural 20? Or no, not
a natural 20.
Yeah, never mind. I'm so used to none of
With-
these having things on them.
okay.
So
With-
natural 18, total 20.
With a +4 to strength on disadvantage, it rolls a nat 20 and a 17. So with a 21, it's barely able to get you off of it, and you roll on the ground onto your back and sort of catch yourself on your hind legs and like flip over and are back in a standing position. And you see this beast fully backs away from you and leaves the 2 displacer beasts, like 2 halves of the displacer beast carcass behind. I'm gonna have you reattempt that insight check.
If it's leaving, then Tara's not gonna try and kill it. Oh, I didn't mean to roll that at advantage.
No, that's okay. The 19 was the first number.
Okay, cool.
I'll tell you right now, it's not leaving. It's submitting.
Oh.
It's like it's that primal gesture of like, you won. You win. Like
Tara will stand,
okay.
like on her at her full like 11 feet at this point height. Take one of the halves of the displacer beast, cut a large flank out of it, like using her claws, and throw it to the creature.
Okay. You throw the piece of displacer beast flank to it. You see it looks down at you. And then grabs the flank and just starts digging into it.
Tara will nod, grab the other two large pieces of the displacer beast, and head back home.
Okay. You start to head back home.
She's gonna grab her sword and equipment back too.
Grab your sword, shield, have both halves of the displacer beast. And it's not very subtle. As you're walking home and as you sort of break from this clearing and begin heading back towards the steps to get back up to the city, you hear the sounds of like tree trunks ripping as it's following you. It's actively following you. And its like shoulders are like checking trees out of its way. And it's despite that, and despite the display of its strength, it is following you timidly.
I will look back at it and kind of lead it to the grove where she worships, and she will she'll look it dead in the face and just kind of growl, point to this spot, and then leave.
Okay.
Just like stay.
With advantage, utilizing strength, give me animal handling.
Okay, so it'd be the same either way. It's a 15.
Okay. Although you rolled with wisdom, which is negative for you. So you're already proficient in animal handling, so that's a 17.
Yeah, 17, sorry.
On a 17, the Grey Render looks at you, and then in an earth-shattering display of, like, acknowledgement of your orders, there's a massive poof, 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 as it, like, stamps the ground under, and, like, the soil under it to, like, flatten it underneath it, and it just sits.
She will approach, pet its head, and then leave.
It, like, very much pushes its head into your hand. and you head out. So that was a gray render. Gray renders are incredibly delightful monstrosities that have existed in D&D for a while. And they're basically giant furless dogs and want nothing more than to bond with an intelligent creature. Like, more than anything else in the world. It's in the fucking description of this monster. It just wants to bond with an intelligent creature more than anything else. That's what a gray
So
render
what you're telling
wants.
me is that you just gave Tara a giant hairless dog.
Rather, Tara just earned a giant hairless dog. But yeah,
Love
Not a
that.
pet to name.
you can think about what you want to name the gray render later. But also, now that we're doing this, can you roll a d12 for me? Because I would like for you to roll for the gray render's quirk.
10.
It whines piteously when it's dark out.
Oh. Tara's probably going to take a little lantern out there, like
Okay.
fill a jar full of like lightning bugs and take them out there, so that it's not fire in the forest and it's able to see.
Some of my other favorite examples of what a gray render's quirks can be is uproots and chews on trees, hates horses and other mounts, likes to snuggle,
Good.
buries any treasure it finds, chases birds leaping into the air to catch them, heedless of the destruction it's causing.
I love that.
I love gray
love all of
renders.
them,
They're
too.
so good.
So
You try to convince me to get one for Lysandra.
So before Tara heads home, the first place Tara is going is Kip's. Because Tara has meat to drop off.
Yep, absolutely.
She is going to use part of her time like heading back to cuz she brings a knife with her to like butcher the meat with. And she'll cut it up and put it into like paper or whatever, if that's a thing that like Tara can just have. It's just like butcher's paper. And she's going to head to Kip's house.
Okay. Absolutely. Do we want to mess around with this a little bit more, or do we want to rewind back a bit to the currently pending conversation between the three of you?
I will leave that up to the other two.
Okay. I will say, just as a note, you go up to the vineyard, head up to the door of the main house on the property, give it a knock, and I want to make sure I have this correctly. You see a gentleman, clearly a relative of Kip's, definitely a satyr, very wild curly hair, a very, very well kempt and maintained goatee, and horns that clearly have seen a little bit of weathering. These are horns that have been in the world for a while, and some sections of the horns have gold rings on them, not piercings, but bands that are slipped onto the horns, as
bangles.
decoration. Yeah, like bangles, exactly. Wearing an open vest, no shirt, very hairy and toned chest, and just wearing very loose canvas pants. And this figure opens the door, and smiles brightly and invitingly and goes, hello, how can I help you?
We'll kind of give a small bow and go, first of all, your horns, they look absolutely magnificent. Secondly,
You see, he smiles and on it has a little bit of a blush.
secondly, I am here to see Kiparisto. Are they in?
First of all, nice to meet you. I am Nikolaus. I am Kip's father. And
I apologize. I am Tara Lyonsborn. It is good to meet you as well.
it is nice to meet you. Kip has not been home at all today, actually. We were sort of waiting to hear from them.
I see. Well, I had brought this, and she will present. She knowing that Kip kind of lives on a vineyard, she assumed other people would also live there. So the largest portion of the flank she cut for Kip and Kip's family. I brought this to feed Kip and your family, if you would like to take it. And she'll present the neatly packaged flank steaks of Displacer Beast.
Okay, I want to make sure I have something correct.
Curious, I think.
So you see, he looks at it and smiles and goes, "This is quite impressive. I will try my best to ration it between the 20 of us."
Had I known there were so many, I would have brought more.
Oh,
I will know that for the next hunt.
So it is me, Nikolaus, my wife, Elizabeth, our younger siblings, our younger children, Kipariso, Iket, Nikolai, Vaya, Nikos, Marios, Vasilis, and then Kip's younger siblings, Nicoletta, Parthena, Daphne, Iosef, Limonia, Theoni, Myrto, Valentina, Nikolaus II, Vasilios, and Zoe Angelos.
As he's like naming these off, you see Tara had like a pleasantry kind of smile, kind of going like, but now it's like wide, happy grin. My family was quite large as well before I came to the Empire. So
Very
it
jokingly
warmed
and
my-
knowingly.
warms my heart.
Very jokingly and knowingly, he goes, "Well, you know us satyrs.
Yeah.
Spirits
Yes, I
of
do.
revelry."
My family were similar, so I am glad to hear that others flourish as much as my clan had. It is good to hear and good to see some in high spirits. I will, for my time in the Empire, begin bringing food here. This will become a regular thing, and now I will know to bring more.
He smiles and goes, "You are essentially a stranger to me, but I thank you so much for the generosity, and I will make sure Kip knew that you came by."
Thank you. I care very deeply for that one.
And holding an entire flank of Displacer Beast, I can tell.
Oh, that is a standard morning's hunt. They're see more soon.
His
Well,
eyes
I
go wide. And he like screams further into the house, like, "Elizabeth, we have a patron!" And excitedly goes back inside.
Dara will laugh as she heads back up the mountain.
Incredible.
I'm so glad that happened.
Actually, as you're walking away from the vineyard, you see in a rush, Nikolaus comes back out with a bottle of wine, freshly sealed, and says, "For you. Not
She'll
as payment, but as appreciation."
take it, and she will. She's a very large person, so she's just going to wrap one of her very massive arms around him, pull him in, and just give him a back-breakingly tight hug.
Incredible.
I know that you already have a large family, but I hope you understand that you and yours, in my eyes at least, are part of the Lionsborn clan now. And then we'll head back up the mountain.
As you go away, he sort of cups his hands and goes, "Thank you for saving me money on a chiropractor." And
You
runs
are
back
welcome
inside.
anytime.
He heads back in.
Tara has big muscles for big hugs.
Incredible.
And yeah, she's going to take the displacer beast hide. First of all, she's taking she'll wrap up and take the pieces of the displacer beast that could have been used for like alchemy, drop them at Tyrfie's, and then take the wine back very excitedly to Lysandra as a
Incredible.
gift.
Now, we're going to rewind a day. And we're going to go back to where we left off Kip and Tara, which is right outside of Lysandra's house.
Same day?
Same day? Well, day before. Same day that we left you.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, Kip, you got the seal on your hand and made a deal with Polydamna a couple of hours ago. Okay.
So wait, is this before the letter then?
This is
As well?
Nope, it's after.
Or-
Never mind. Never mind.
Right, yeah. No, because
My timeline is
letter
funky.
showed up
This-
at...
You got it. You
Yeah.
you got marked by Polydamna the day before.
Uh-huh.
Okay. That's what
This
it
is
is.
the same day Lysandra and Galatea met with each other.
Yes.
And then Lysandra came home, saw Kip at the doorstep, and was like, alright, I guess you can come in.
Incredible.
Very, very protective roommate style. We're like, what the fuck do you want?
Yeah,
with-
why are you
with
here? I
Tara?
want to see Tara. Why?
Okay, last I remember, I can't quite recall if the plan was for Kip to go on an errand and then come back and have a chat, or to have a chat and then go on an errand.
Which way would you prefer?
I think having the
feel like the
having
latter makes more sense.
having the
narratively.
chat and then going on an errand after works for me.
Yes.
Okay.
The Kip is probably just gonna let themselves be like shoved around, guided.
Mm-hmm.
And Tara very much will. Like,
Okay.
Tara will just kind of escort Kip to wherever Lysandra is.
Okay.
Well, actually, right before they go into whatever room Lysandra is in, I think Kip would turn to her again real quick and be like, I said a lot of things.
Mhm.
Let me say them to others, maybe? I think I talked perhaps a little too much.
Kipariso, in the safety of that room, nothing leaves. You say what you need to say.
But I get the feeling she doesn't like me very much, and I said some kind of not things that don't put me in the best light. So maybe just let me?
Yeah, you do whatever you need to do,
Thank you.
and I will support you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, let's do this.
Okay. Kip, you head inside.
Emotional
Lysandra,
support. for that.
you see, sort of as you are, like, I'm gonna say you just got finished, like, chasing Typhon around the house after Typhon did something to antagonize Delphi.
No, you guys are supposed to watch each other.
You let me voice Typhon. We all mutually agree that he's a little shit.
Yeah, I know.
But I think I love this moment of like Kip, you open the door and step into the main chamber of the house. Just as Lysandra sort of falls onto the couch with her arms outstretched, grabbing Typhon by either side of his wings. And like you walk in right as she impacts against the couch, and like you hear like the soft cushion catch her, and she's just holding Typhon in both of her hands.
Yeah, upon seeing this, Kip turns around and goes, "Oh, she's busy. We'll come back later."
Tara will put her rather meaty hand on Kip's shoulder. No,
But
you let me ask if she is okay. Then you will walk in with me. Do you understand?
yes.
Come on. Sweet Snake, are you okay?
I feel like she's been, like hissing and draconic to Typhon, like scolding him the whole entire time. So she wasn't really paying attention. That and her past perception is shit when she's not, seeing things. You know, he's a menace. And she turns around, completely ignores Kip. I think just by like, she just only hears Tara's voice, and I think you guys are outside the blind sense.
Mm.
So she's just like, I decided to give Typhon a job on watching Delphi. And
Delphi
he
comes out,
Yeah.
as Lysandra's explaining, Delphi comes out, and you see that she has like some slightly charred scales on the tip of her nose.
Oh, the dragons were fighting. I understand. Do you mind if I bring Kipariso in with me?
Present.
she does her best to try not to scowl.
Wonderful.
I think it just
I'd
comes
like
out
to
more.
insight check that.
Would that be deception for me?
Yeah, roll deception.
Okay. It's just an 8.
8.
She can't see you. She has no idea where she's. Oh, okay.
Kip
I got a
doesn't-
5?
Kip doesn't notice.
Okay, I guess
Never
Kip's
mind.
too nervous.
Plus, Kip, you don't have eyes and eyebrows to rely on to like determine expression with Lysandra. It's just like
A mouth.
pursed, very thin reptilian lips, and you're like, I don't know what that means.
I feel like she adjusts herself to at least sit upright and kind of has Typhon pinned underneath her like arm, like a football. Penance for the child. And she just responds, "Well, I see he's still here, so is there something you need? Questions?"
If,
Uh,
if you're going to ask.
Okay, yeah. Kip takes a deep breath and like squeezes their fists a little. Tries to like center a little bit before talking. Probably not the most healthy way, but I am going on a trip that is far away, and I forget what I think I was gonna ask you for directions or like a reading on how this endeavor would go out or something. Tara, what did I say I wanted to ask her again?
You were going to ask us both for help.
Okay, yeah, I did say that, didn't I?
You did.
Well, let's start small. Let's start with the reading. That's something you normally do.
That is also something that costs money.
Right. I have some of that.
Lysandra, how much money does a typical reading cost?
I think she thinks for a very long moment and goes, "What kind of reading are you looking for?"
Oh, there are different kinds. Looks at Tara, then looks at Lysandra. A normal one? Okay,
In
now
my-
that I said that feels dumb.
Yes.
In my experience, Kiparisa, and this is just something that I have learned while living with Lysandra, honesty is the best policy.
Fine. Okay. Kip steps into the room and starts approaching, like, not too fast, but like at a normal, sort of polite speed so that he can be better heard.
Mhm.
So, someone who was close to me was recently kidnapped. Fun times. Going to go save them. Long story short, don't know how that's gonna go. Would like to know. Or just whatever you can tell me, I suppose.
I think she takes like a slight deep sigh of relief and was like, "It's not a romantic. I'll do that just for you."
Well, okay, I mean, I'm not going to exclude that possibility, but more focused on the saving aspect. But, like, I don't even if you were to read about that to me, I would rather hear it from them.
I could use the cards and see if I can see what the fates have in store, either for your venture, the fate of your friend, but I don't think I am going to ask the fates to figure out if you two work or not. No offense.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. So.
Yeah.
Abby, I ask you individually. Are we using Taroka?
That is her cards. That's
Okay.
what I'm using for.
Now you tell me.
That's your thing. Yeah.
Is Lysandra pulling one card? Or is she doing more of a full, like, 3-card reading?
I think a 3-card reading.
3 cards? You've got it.
Unless Kip just wants a straight. If it depends on Kip. If he wants a straight answer, she'll do 1 card. But if you want like a more generalized feeling and emotion, she'll do 3, and she'll explain that as she's, I'm imagining, leading you and Tara to like the room she typically does her readings in.
Okay.
Neither me nor Kip are the person to ask that, so I'm going to leave that up to your discretion.
Yeah, so if Kip stays silent, she's gonna go with the 3 option, just to get a better idea.
As they're walking, can Tara have scooped up the baby dragon?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Okay.
Tara just wants to scoop up and pet the dragon.
Scoop up, baby. I'm trying to make sure I spelled Taroka right, because I have a resource for it somewhere.
Yeah, I'm trying to find Nira's thing. It's in my old Broad server. Where is it?
I have a deck of cards right here, if that would help expedite things.
No. One of our friends wrote out like what the meaning of each card is.
Cool.
Like it was just a project that she, Sage, and there was one other person who worked on it. I can't remember who.
Amanda did actually.
Oh, it was me. Okay, I found it.
Okay. Can you send it to me? Because I don't think I have it.
I'm posting it in the Games General, and then
Okay,
I think I'm gonna put
perfect.
it in
Resources?
player resources.
Okay. Got it. Okay. So, I'm going to take out the full deck, and I'm going to shuffle it a couple of times. Do you want it just shuffled once? or do you want me to shuffle it multiple times?
Multiple times.
Okay. Like, any number between 1 and 5.
4.
4. You've got it. Okay. So,
I gotta open up sticky notes now.
for this scene, for this moment, Kip, what is the exact phrasing of the question that you're asking?
Okay, so Kip gets just one question. Is it like a mental thing, or does Kip have to say it?
Or let me put it this way instead. What is Kip looking for?
Is Eudoris going to be okay? I think that's their main concern.
Is Eudoris going to be okay? Absolutely. Abby, when you're ready, please start drawing the cards.
Okay. I have to. I'm
Or
scrolling through my notes.
I can deal you 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. 3 cards.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh no.
Okay. Now, the order that they were drawn is important. And then for each of them, roll a
You have to roll a
D2.
Oh, D2? Okay.
Or D4, either works. Determine if they are pulled reversed or upright.
Okay. So let me roll 3D2s, right?
Yep. So,
upside down, upright, upside down. Okay.
okay. So, the first and the last card are drawn reversed. The third card is drawn upright. Now, my question to you, Abby, is do you want to narrate this? Or, optionally, do you want the collective to pitch in?
Yeah, hurt me.
Okay.
I think I like. Okay.
So, you see Lysandra put 3 cards on the table. The first. To you, Kip, it looks like the card is upright, but the perspective of the drawer and the reader means this card is inversed. And you see the first card, the Executioner. You see an individual.
Oh, that's not good.
You see an individual in sort of the right side. You know what? I'm going to play these on the field because that's fun. So, I'm going to steal each of these cards, babe, if you will allow me to do so.
You're good?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, let it go. Let
I
it
will
go.
say,
Let it go.
Okay.
Kip definitely pales at seeing that card. Like, holy crap.
Yeah, trust me. I saw all 3 of the cards and I was like, uh-oh.
Executioner, which is...
Oof.
Oh, hold on. Executioner, which is inversed. Dictator, which is upright. And Merchant, which is also inversed.
Okay, well, 2 of those are very bad.
So,
Just like looking at him.
as as Lysandra plays these cards down on her cloth,
Well, merchant's different. Hold on.
Oh,
And-
yeah, because that's no longer the suit of coins. That's the suit of roads.
4 of roads. Okay.
So instead of the merchant, a friend
the
and I
gatekeeper.
redid this. It's the gatekeeper. Ooh. Oh God, this is interesting. Okay, so starting first, the executioner. You see Lysandra's eyes from underneath her like veil and blindfold emit a dull sort of greenish light, and on each of her snakes their eyes go pitch black to the point where they're not even reflective. They're just empty voids that is absent of light. And when Lysandra speaks, you hear a chorus of multiple voices all using her vocal cords at once. And Lysandra's head goes straight upright, and some of the like her posture's entirely different. It's more like so there's something more mystical about the way Lysandra is carrying herself in this moment. The executioner. Inversed. Retribution. Absolution. The end of an unjust practice or tradition. It motions over. The Eight of Swords. Dictator. Rebellion. Taking arms against those oppressing you. All that is wrong with government, leadership, and those who rule by fear, and violence. Motions over again. The gatekeeper. Elitism and exclusivity. A denial of access. A stopping point. And the entire room around you blackens in just a 10-foot circle. That is all where light remains. It is almost as if the entire building around you fades into non-existence. It is just you and Lysandra sitting at a table in a pillar of light and nothing else. The cards shake and lift off of the table one by one. And they begin to swirl around each other faster and faster and faster and faster. And projecting as an image maintained through illusory magic, you see Eudorus still in the Empire before he was taken. You see him alone in his room, and she is writing down, using quill and ink onto a parchment, information that she is copying from a holy book of the Empire next to her. She scribbles this down, and you see there's a knocking at the door. Eudorus immediately picks up the book and, using the spell Wrist Pocket, just vanishes it into a different dimension. And walking in, you see Eudorus' sister, and you see a member of the Order of the Sustaining Mother. There's a lot of questions that go back and forth about a stolen artifact, something that was taken from the reliquaries of the cathedral, and someone saying that they thought they saw Eudorus around the time when it was taken, and Eudorus insisting and using bardic charm to deflect the accusations, and eventually is able to de-escalate the situation. And the member from the church goes on her way, frustrated that she wasn't able to uncover anything. We move on a little bit later, and you see, this time, the Empress kneeling in what looks to be her private chambers, who is, you've seen this enough times to recognize it, who is repeating the incantation for sending over and over and over and over again, and is having an entire one-sided conversation with another individual. And then she smiles. and it disappears again. And we move into the next little image that you are given, and you see a boat of Ozarin make sailing across the water, with crisp, pristine white cloth sails, and a flag that looks like a mock-up of a flag belonging to a merchant company. And one of the individuals sailing on this ship is an individual who looks to have draconic heritage, scales of like copper that are like turning green and oxidizing towards the scale tips. And on his arm, he wears a band that looks like it's sort of like this bloody red cloth and a 6-fingered hand with a knife going through the palm. And as you look at this more and more of the individuals on this ship, in fact, most of them are all somewhere on their body, sometimes on the arm, someone on a neckerchief, like in very subtle and hidden places on their forms. One is simply just like a handkerchief poking out of their like leather pant pocket. Pretty much everybody on this ship bears the same symbol somewhere on their form. And the image immediately shifts again to Eudoris, like walking through the streets kind of in a hurry, wearing the same outfit that you last remember them wearing. And as they're moving through and panting their feet on the cobblestones with a sense of urgency, you see from the shadows a member of the order perform the incantation for hold person. And you watch Eudoris seize and drop. And from the alleys, you watch he is ambushed by a bunch of members of this organization that were on the ship. One that you are already now keenly aware of. You watch the hold break as his resistance and will to live and defend herself shatters the spell, but the cleric is already gone. And it started as a losing battle. And seeing in this image the way that a true warrior poet, someone hailing from the College of Valor, the way that they fight, the way that they conduct themselves, the way that they masterfully weave spell work into their swordplay, had they not had that hold person activate on them, this would not have been a fair fight. He would have swept the floor with his assailants. But it ended up proving futile. And he was captured, gagged, bound, dragged back onto the ship in the dead of night. And you see an image of the future. You look at Eudoris. Thin, emaciated, hasn't had an opportunity to maintain bulk, maintain his fighting physique. Sitting in a cell, bloodied, looks like there's a couple of recent scars and bruises. And in this chamber, you see not the Empress herself, but almost a projection of her. Like a sort of see-through kind of transparent image that the Empress is having manifest in this place so she can communicate. And she's talking back and forth with the gentleman who far and away looks like the most intimidating man in the room compared to the rest of the mercenaries. A dragon of silver scales, long horns, wearing furs, and with this grotesque-looking black book on his hip that's covered in eyes that are blinking and rapidly looking around. And he smiles um, gives a little bit of a bow to the Empress. And as her astral projection disappears, a sack of platinum coins is left where her image was. And you see one last image of you, but it's a you that you don't recognize. Your skin is more tan and sun-beaten. You look weathered. You have a couple of battle scars. You carry a very ornate saber on your hip. Not the sword that Polydamna gave you, a completely different weapon. A weapon fit for a king, or maybe even a sultan. You're in leathers, and you have a grim and serious look on your face. And that same individual, that silver-scaled dragonborn, walks out covered in confidence and bravado. And rather than looking at the you in the image, in like the projection of the future, he looks at you at the table, and you see something that the version of yourself that's in the image doesn't notice. A large swirling mass of tentacles and blistering, piercing green eyes opens up next to him and also looks at you. And he goes, "So, you wanted to talk business." The image disappears. All of the cards fall onto the table. Lysandra, you suffer a level of fatigue.
Okay.
And it's up to you how much stress.
Do I get stress if that... Is this a usual thing?
Your patron's fully possessing you? No.
Yeah. No?
No.
I'm so used to my patrons, so...
It can be a small amount. You don't have to take any stress if you don't think you would.
Just... if it's the first time, or like once in a blue moon, full possession, I think it'd just be like the lowest tier.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Which is a D4?
Yep.
Yeah. I'm okay, kids.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that happens. Right?
Yep, that happens.
That happens. And now that we're out of the weird limbo nonsense and whatever just happened, Kip is reeling. Kip, like, I don't know. Should I make like a deck save to not fall off the couch or something?
Sure, go for it. Make me a dexterity save. I love that for you.
Critical failure!
You stumble back right into the floor. You feel that searing pain like in the small of your back, and like that really awful spot right in between your shoulder blades. And the wind is pushed out of you real quick, and you're able to recoup, but that was a lot.
What the fuck was that?
I think Lysandra thinks for a very long moment and just goes, well, it's what fate wanted. Well, it's what they wanted to show you based on your question you had in mind.
What was that thing at the end? What on earth?
Question: could Tara have seen all? Did Tara see all of this too?
No. You saw. In fact, what you saw is the color leave Kip's face, and their eyes gloss over and become like milky. And suddenly they came to and fell off the couch.
And also, they're shaking. Definitely.
They're shaking.
Is everything okay?
Abby knows exactly
No.
who that character I just teased is.
I know. You bitch.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I can't wait to beat him up. Ugh. I can't wait.
What I will do though, what I will do for you is in No Mic, I'm actually going to show you the mini. I'm going to show you
Yeah.
Kip.
Show me the bastard.
I'm gonna give Lynx a very good idea of who Kip just saw.
Mm-hmm.
Would I have any inkling of like when Kip said, "What was that?"
You were
At the
able
end?
to see. Yeah, you saw the fortunes. You like your patrons were in control, but it was still you
Yeah.
telling the fortunes. So you saw
Yes.
everything Kip saw.
Yes. But we have no idea what the fuck. That was just a weird dragon. Dragonborn.
That's just a weird dragonborn. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, you know what is actually very prevalent? The one thing that Lysandra did not see that Kip saw is whatever that creature manifesting next to him was.
Okay. I wasn't sure if like I would know because of what my patron is.
No. In fact,
No, okay.
it whatever it was went out of its way to obscure itself from you.
Full beans.
Cool beans.
Just to clarify, that is the thing that looked at current Kip, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Looked at you.
Yeah, the Dragonborn and the weird tentacle, like eldritch abomination that was next to him. Both of them looked at you. Directly at you.
And let me just take a note of that real quick. Okay. And then Kip is gonna continue in response to the question that he was just asked. Is it normal for your visions to look at those who are viewing them?
It's not something you think you've seen.
I was like, it probably has happened to her.
To
But
you,
not to-
yeah, absolutely.
To others, yeah.
Things
Yeah.
look at you directly through the veil of prophecy all the time.
Yeah, so like I think she's like technically me. Typically when I do readings, I do not let the full force of my sight take over unless it is for my sake. So it has never happened to someone who I've given a fortune to. What did you see?
There was so much information, but that at the end there, that thing, that tentacled monster next to that man, I have no idea what that was.
Lysandra and Kip.
Yeah.
Both of you here. This doesn't come from Lysandra. This is just in the space around you. Both of you hear Fate Changer.
That's not my patrons, right?
Nope. Your patron
okay.
isn't any fucking thing called the Fate Changer.
Oh, okay. I thought they were calling us Fate Changers.
No.
And I was like,
No.
patron?
Your patron was naming the entity Fate Changer.
What was that? What was that?
You asked for what it was, and you got it?
This time, Kip, instead, as this is repeated, there is this bitter cold that runs up your spine and neck as again you hear Fate Changer.
Ugh. I get it. Stop. Whatever you are, stop.
It's not happy about this development. Like, Lysandra, your patron's pissed.
Good thing Tara's bringing wine home tomorrow. Um. Oh. So I'm just gonna go to her happy place, where she tries to tone out the voices inside her head.
Okay.
So happy little buzz.
Oh, you know what? I
a
just realized
fate teacher?
Yeah.
I did a better version of this mini. Hold on.
Yes, you did. But
Ba, ba, ba.
from what the vision showed you and what the cards have told you, you kind of saw how everything had happened from the past to the present and soon to be the future. We know at the moment your friend is fine, and you are on the way to confront the creature who has, by proxy, captured him. Unfortunately, this is the Fate's way of telling you that it's up to you on how you take and travel faith. Do you grow stronger? Do you protect yourself?
But I saw myself too. I was there, but
You saw what you could be. We do not demonstrate absolutes.
okay.
You could die an awful and thankless death on the way to get there. But you didn't want to see that. You wanted to see success, virtue, a better you than you are.
No, you're wrong.
Because that
just wanted
is
to
how
see
you get
doors.
them.
But Kip goes quiet for a moment, clenches her little fists.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then what was that? What does the Empress have to do with any of this?
You see flashes in your mind again of Eudorus sitting at a desk with a holy tome, scrawling passages from it, and the confrontation with the cleric.
Through whose mind specifically?
Yours, Kit. You just get
Right.
flashes of that imagery.
The patrons are giving it back to you because you asked a stupid question. They're like, "We just told you."
Yeah, exactly.
Kip's
They're
gonna go
like, yeah, the chorus was like, "You're a dipshit. We told you already."
Kip's gonna look at Lysandra and go like, God, will you stop doing that?
Lysandra you haven't been consciously doing anything.
I think Lysandra is probably taking her blindfold off because I imagine a migraine is just unfolding from just like that post possession, and she's like rubbing at her eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful amethyst eyes, by the way. Which are probably cloudy now because she's kind of self-blinded herself in a way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Or
you
really
don't have
bright
good
sight.
vision.
No, it's like cut in half. What I imagine. But she gotta get the snakes glasses. And she just kind of looks over at Kip and goes, what did you want to, what were you saying again?
Okay, so Eudorus was doing something with the holy text, but I don't understand. Does the Empress have it out for Eudorus for some reason?
Whatever he took is something that probably the sustaining mother decided was important enough to eliminate those who got in her way. Probably was trying to teach him a lesson.
Hey, DM.
Yeah.
Can I retroactively insight Eudoris in the defense that they were trying to make for themselves?
Yeah,
Like, to see-
absolutely.
Did he actually steal it? And could I persuade you to give me advantage on this? Because I know Eudoris so well. Pretty please.
Fuck it. Go for it.
Gotta
Okay.
give Kip something.
18. Okay.
18. You know Eudoris second to none. Not only did Eudoris absolutely take that like holy text from the reliquary, they were also fully planning on putting it back unnoticed. Like, their entire plan was grab the text, take down some apparently very vital information, and put it back before anyone could know it was them.
Okay then.
I think furthermore,
Mhm.
you get the sense that Eudoris was planning something big with the text that he was stealing. Like, he was planning on making a big revelation to the people. Like, you almost get the sense that she figured out something that no one else had yet, and was really getting ready to expose some really important things. And then it clicks exactly why the Empress got involved.
Uh-huh. Okay.
There is something major going on. And Eudoris almost blew the lid off of it.
Mm-hmm. Upon this realization, Kip could get serious for a second and say, I don't know if you could see visually the stuff that was in that vision, but could you? Yes? No?
I saw everything
Okay.
except
yeah.
for the last part you were talking about.
Okay, but we're going back to Eudoris in that room with that book. Have you ever seen that book before? Do you know what it is?
Hey DM, do I know what that is?
Give me a religion check.
Oh, baby. My brain was like, damn, do I get the help action? Probably not.
You know what? Your patron will give it to you.
Oh my god. Thank you, besties.
Yeah, the chorus helps you out.
22.
22. So,
Scores.
this document. Let me check my note. Da-da-da. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this this book has a couple of different names. You get the fun stuff. This book has multiple names. I'm gonna give you them like in a sequence.
Okay.
It is known as the miracle of Ikasis. It is also known as the Empyrean Tome. It is known as the Apotheothic Codex. And the name that you would be most familiar with, the Book of Ascension.
Ah.
Using what you know versus the information Kip gave you about, like, something big that Eudorus was going to unveil.
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of a little bit something that the false divinities have relayed to you. You think, based on this, Eudorus was trying to disprove that Leora is a god. He
hasn't reached,
because she's not
apotheosis.
ascended. She hasn't
Yes.
reached apotheosis. And the only people who know, other than you, are people who are already in the church.
Yep.
People who already are conscripted by the order.
Okay.
Eudorus was going to reveal that
public.
the true false divinity is Empress Leora.
Dun, dun, dun.
And Leora found out it was her.
Uh-huh. Lysandra goes, it's more easy to see the expression. She kind of goes serious. And then she goes, I'm sorry for this. And then mentally, I will tell Kip what I know.
Okay.
Because I'm technically still wearing the brooch.
So, Kip, this feeling is not comfortable. It's like when you get a migraine and the migraine is focused like at the very peak of your forehead. And like the feeling is like two hands grabbing a door and ripping it open. Like it doesn't feel like your mind has been like entered. It feels like your mind has been like ripped open. And on top of whatever, just for flavor, you are taking an additional 3 points of stress.
Yeah, definitely.
And whenever Lysandra is relaying a message to you, in a language that you don't understand, but a language that, to hear it, puts stress on your mind, is being whispered constantly in the background.
Hi, welcome to Lysandra's brain at 24/7.
It's like, for those who are familiar with Lovecraftian mythos, it's like someone like bombarding you with the language of the old gods. It's like really Yayan. It doesn't feel good. Your mind physically hurts when you hear this language. It's not great. It's not a fun time.
Yeah. Alessandra would preface, like, this is not words I could say vocally due to the sensitive nature of it, but Eudorus was going to relay to the public something that Leora doesn't want to ever be discovered. I doubt it comes surprising to you, knowing the nature of you. She is not a god. She has yet to achieve ascension, and she wants that to stay quiet no matter the cost. Be careful what you say publicly. Nope.
No. Okay, so Kip has to talk.
Yeah.
Okay, so while fighting off the mental attunement to Lysandra FM, Kip's gonna say, I don't care about her. I don't care what she has to do. I don't care. I just have to stop it.
You see, as you say, I just have to stop it. You see, again, an image of Eudorus in a cell. And you see Eudorus is like looking around, and when there's no guards visible, undoing the wrist pocket, Eudorus still has the book.
So yeah, Kip will just reiterate, I don't care about her, I just need to save them. Can you stop? Please?
You feel that, you know what? It's almost this weird thing. Can I have you make a charisma saving throw, Kipariso?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
And, yeah, okay. Just charisma saving? 21.
21. Almost succeeded.
That's a sick odds.
Almost succeeded! What do you
Almost
mean?
succeeded. The chorus is a big deal. You feel your mouth smile. And you did not tell it to. And using your vocal cords and coming from your mouth, you hear, you have to care. Because these are not issues that you can separate. Eudorus is in it now. Eudorus is sitting at the bottom of the well without a rope, and the Empress put him there. You don't have a choice not to care. Because if you care about Eudorus, you have to care about this. And you feel your mouth go slack, and it feels like something has left your body.
I feel like does Kip get the 1d4 damage from like
Do I?
from the telepathic thing?
Yeah, in this
Do you
case,
think?
yes, absolutely. Roll a
Yeah.
d4.
Hold on, I'm making sure it's a d4. What? It's awakened mind.
Yeah,
As a bonus action, yeah, it's 1d4 at 5th level becomes 2d4.
okay.
I feel like it's fitting.
Kip,
Lysandra
you
did
take-
not do this.
You take 3 points of psychic damage.
That's 20. Okay. Fun. So after saying all that, Kip like hacks and coughs a little bit because that's wild and feels strange, I'm sure.
I think Lysandra would give you a pitying look.
Also, though you haven't been saying anything, Tara, you have been here during all of this wild shit happening.
Yeah, no, Tara is literally in the background making tea because she saw Lysandra was like took the blindfold off and shit. That's immediate trigger to take care of both of these people.
Yep,
Because like
absolutely.
that is Tara's like caregiver instinct immediately kicked in and was like, I'm just gonna like she starts setting out tea and like whatever the fuck Lysandra's favorite snack is.
There
And
is
she'll look
no...
over at Kip and go, I didn't want to interrupt.
I
but
do...
Would you?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. I do like that, like, Tara being like, oh, this is a definitive sign of distress, is Lysandra taking the blindfold off.
Yeah,
It's
no,
perfect.
absolutely. Tara, like, watches for body language for Lysandra.
Mhm.
Totally not for gay reasons. Not at all.
Of course
No,
not.
Never.
Definitely not pining after their best friend. Not at all. But she like immediately goes into okay, make sure there's hot, warm tea, make sure there's something to eat, make sure that that you can take care of Lysandra, because that shit looked rough.
Mhm.
And Tara will turn to Kip and go, I did not want to interrupt, but would you like a snack or anything? You look quite shaken.
Yeah, Kip's probably like on all fours on the ground at this point after that latest special event.
Um,
And
Or a hug?
I feel like Kip doesn't hear you.
that ringing, echoing sound just going through your head.
But also they're thinking very hard.
It takes an hour to unattune to something, right?
Yes, it takes 1 hour to drop attunement to something.
Interesting.
What?
Interesting.
No,
Can't
wait.
thread the bridge.
It takes I'm sorry. It takes 1 hour to attune to something. I think you can unattune immediately. At my table, it's unattune. It's immediate.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
You-
gonna unclip like the little brooch, and I'm gonna call Typhon over and just be like, go put this with the other one.
He clenches it in his little jaws. You see, he looks over at Kip, and he knows how you feel about Kip. But looking at Kip, you see his brows actually kind of furrow a little bit. And he looks back up at you with just wide, like it's like cat pupils where they start really thin and they just, and like just the widest fucking pupils. And then nods and flutters off.
Oh, I gotta change my AC back to 15. It's such a sexy AC for a warlock. It also gave us a +1 to our saving throws, right?
Yep. So take off the +1 to your saves as well.
All right. I'm not getting rid of it completely, but in this moment, she didn't want people spying,
Fair enough.
willingly spying on Lysandra.
Okay.
I just want to say it out loud. I don't want to tell them the prophecy. I already told Galatea, but I told Galatea in her mind.
Right now, they don't really seem terribly responsive on all fours shaking.
Kip, can you roll me a D4?
What? 4?
Just roll it.
Okay, that's a 4.
Add 4 points of stress.
What's
your limit?
Hold on. I'm
Yeah, when
doing
you hit your
addition.
breaking point.
That's 21
Out of
27.
Oh no.
You're at 21 out of 27?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what it says.
Kip is unraveling.
Yeah. I am a goo warlock, true to do, so all my spells are bad.
All of your spells give people headaches.
Or laugh. I have Tasha's hideous laughter.
I think that still gives them headaches.
Yeah.
The lack of oxygen to the brain because of constant laughing, yeah, that's headaches.
I will use Scry. I will use this later.
Okay.
Mind Sliver does owie damage.
Owie damage, my favorite damage
Yeah.
type in D&D.
She's owie damage.
Okay.
Yeah. I think.
Were you gonna do something?
Yeah, I was trying to see, like, I have one spell, but it just creates, like, a little, guardian. It's like Shield of Faith, but for the warlocks. It just creates, like, a spectral guardian that kind of hovers around your shoulder for protection. I don't know narratively if it would give you warmth or things. but I think after like a moment, she would telepathically tell Typhon to come back and be like, "Do what you do. Be adorable and a menace."
Mm.
And just kind of ask if Ton wants to comfort Kip. And just a little fella guy, in a little fella way.
You see, Typhon flies back into the room and very meekly, kind of almost like tip claws his way up to Kip. Kip, as you're like looking down at the floor, you see a little glint of reflective, brilliant gold scale. And just the widest little dragon eyes that you've ever seen looking up at you.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just waiting.
It takes a bit for Kip to like come back to themselves. And when they do, the first thing they do is immediately smack themselves in the face. And then they sit up.
Hey, I'm gonna ask you, the player, enough, hard enough to take damage?
Oh, hard.
Okay. Just roll strength. Just straight strength.
Strength? Okay.
Yeah.
With a -1, that's a 12, actually.
Okay. Hey, Kip, what's your AC?
15. Although Kip's probably not wearing armor right now, so...
We'll give it to you. Take a... So, it's damage equal to your strength modifier, but a minimum of 1.
Mm-hmm.
So take a point of damage.
A point of damage. Okay. Kip smacks himself hard enough in the face to take a single point of damage, and then sits up, gets back up on the couch, looks at you, Lysandra, and says, "So all we need to do is kill the Empress, then?"
Hey, Kip.
I imagine Typhon's just like crawling into Kip's lap, irregardless of if Kip likes it.
Hey,
Kip's
Kip.
not paying attention.
Kip,
Mm-hmm.
you said that out loud?
Yep.
Lysandra?
Yeah.
In the corner of the room.
Yeah.
As I mentioned a couple of sessions ago.
Yeah.
That obsidian orb.
Yeah.
Resting on a stand. You see the orb cracks. As soon as Kip says that.
That's the obsidian orb I used to communicate with the Emperor, right?
Yeah, that is in fact the obsidian orb that you used to talk to the Empress.
When
Well,
I had
that's
visions.
not good.
Is it? It's. I guess it would be in her room. I imagine it would be in a different room because you can't really.
Oh, are
have,
you not
like-
in the living room?
No, I would
She said
imagine.
earlier that we'd go to a
Oh,
trading
that's
room.
my bad.
Like-
Okay, so in this case, I'm gonna leave it up to a d20 roll rolled by Kip.
A D20 room?
Yeah, just roll me a d20. You want a
Okay.
high number.
That's an 8.
Okay, so you hear it crack in the other room, and Tara sees it crack since she's out by like the kitchen.
Yeah, because I imagine that Lysandra and Kip, and she would have brought Tara, would be in the room that she typically does prophecies for the guests and what have you.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
Well,
Tara.
Lysandra to have it
Mhm.
in the living room.
Yeah, Tara, you see the orb that you know Lysandra uses to talk to the Empress cracks. And you hear in the other room Kip saying, "So we just have to kill the Empress." And immediately you put 2 and 2 together.
Lysandra is immediately chiding, going like, "You don't know. And this is not something you should be saying out loud or in any vicinity, especially to myself, who works for her.
We're stopping her in some way. Dethroning, maybe?
No,
While
you are saving your friend. There is nothing to do with the Empress.
You
in this
heard the
case.
voices.
I'm gonna say as this happens, Tara is walking up to the room, and you both can hear her footsteps.
Tara is a very quiet cat.
Okay.
Like Tara does the whole silent as a cat's footfall kind of thing when she's in the house.
No worries. Then in this case, you don't hear Tara coming.
I feel like Lysandra, this is just like having a conversation with Tara when Tara speaks heresy. And just like, you don't say this, especially in front of me. Like, don't.
What are you gonna do? Tell on me? Go to your mom, tell on me?
Tara, I'm gonna say.
I'm useless.
I'm gonna say when Kip says, "What are you gonna do? Tell on me?" That's when Tara gets to the door.
Yeah, Tara opens the door, tray of tea in one hand, sits it down, cracks her knuckles, and goes, "I don't like the Empire any more than you do. But again, I care a lot. I care very much about this one. I will break your legs."
But if it has to fall for you, Doris, be alright. I will do anything.
I understand that, and if you wish to discuss things of that nature, don't do them in this house. I will go with you wherever you wish to vent your frustrations about this empire.
I'm fine.
Anytime you wish.
I'm not
Just
frustrated.
not here.
I can see clearly now. It all makes sense. It all makes sense.
Okay. And while I understand that, trust me, I do. Let's not discuss it here, out loud.
We're getting around the point where I want to start wrapping things up. So as this is happening, Tara, you are grilling Kip about what to say and what not to say in the house of the fucking prophetess. All of you are startled by a knocking on Lysandra's front door.
Whoops.
And that's where we're going to leave this scene. I want to ask very quickly if Galatea or Ibis want to cover any more ground. But otherwise, I'd love to get into the talkback portion of the night.
At most, if my horse sees who is at the door.
Yeah, actually, that's a wonderful way to have this work. Galatea, you, from your horse, get this, like, telepathic message that something's wrong. And you connect with your steed's senses. And you see, all the way back from the swamp job, the sewer job, the woman who debriefed all of you. The woman who threatened you at knife point in the street the very first session of this campaign. You see Decima looking pissed, standing at the door.
Just sighs and starts equipping her armor again.
Galatea, you armor up
there.
and start heading over. And that's where we're gonna leave tonight's session for the night.
Whoopsie.
Whoopsie!
So next session,
Quite part out loud.
I'm gonna have to rat out Kip, and that's it.
Hey, so I think we know why Kip's not at the winery anymore.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Kip's turn, or Lysandra's turn to be Tattletale.
I have to.
Lysandra has to.
I am a government agent, and I'm kind of trapped at my job, and the only way to leave it is probably to die.
Just let
Okay.
Kip plead insanity.
So, normally, I wouldn't do the talk back, because we talked about what the new schedule was going to be. I wouldn't do the talk back right away, but since I'm going to be streaming for a little bit later anyways, since I want to get a couple of hours out of my remaining countdown, maybe not. I might pick up stream tomorrow. We'll see. But I wanted to go ahead and do, just because I'm very happy about how this particular session went. Overall, in the grand scheme of things, this was a very good session.
I
For
think
my...
the parentheses of crisis was a good apt point to put links.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just say, in my head, I had Kip saying, so we just have to kill her then, don't we? But then it came out Empress, so that wasn't on purpose.
Very.
That's
Kip,
why
though.
I double checked. Hey, did you say that out loud?
Yep.
Because the Empress fully is spying on this house.
Not bad.
This is why Lysandra said the important stuff in your head.
Bingo.
You can't spy on that.
So,
Consider, Kip just went through the most probably traumatic afternoon ever.
Kip has had a
few
bad
days.
day. And unfortunately,
I just-
Kip is about to have a worse day.
Kip talked about assassinating the Empress over wiretap.
Yeah.
I don't think it gets a lot worse than that.
No, Winks, I'm so sorry that I have to rat you out.
I was like, Eva's is having a bad day. It's okay. Kip's about to have the worst
Gosh,
day ever.
what a shame that I named a previous episode of the show Consequences, because damn.
Yeah, no.
Just call it Consequences 2.
Consequences
Electric
too.
The next one is going to be repercussions.
Yeah, repercussions. That's good.
Repercussions?
Synonyms. We
Repercussions
use
is
our
good.
brains in this house.
Uh,
Not Kip. Not Kip.
Oh, you know what? I already know what I'm calling next episode session. Hold on.
Let's see it live.
Okay, let's see it live, folks. Let's see it live.
it's oops.
Also, I love how the
And her left
left
hand's
side
sad.
of the screen, everyone has afflictions from stress, and the right side not.
I don't know. Kip putting me in this position that I have to deal with a higher
Yeah,
security.
but
Oh.
at
So I
the
don't.
moment,
Yeah, I might tip on that side too. I might get an affliction next session. I'm only 4 points away.
Welcome.
So,
Okay.
would anybody like to? I don't think there's anyone who is not either stressed or on the verge of stress except for Tara.
Yeah.
Tara's
Yeah.
the only person who kind of has her shit together at the moment.
I
So,
just get stress from my patron. That's it. He just keeps giving me stress.
My god, it's just wanting me to die. That's why I'm stressed.
Wow, this chorus really is a fucking weirdo.
looking at the title of the next session, I had a scene that I wanted to do after Kip's, because Tara seeing Kip kind of go after the person that they love, it has kind of inspired Tara to do the same thing.
At least one good thing is coming out of this.
But now I see the session title,
I was
and
gonna say,
you know. Sorry, you go ahead.
no, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. My thought had ended.
Okay. I was gonna say, I also want to have like a scene next time for Battle Left Unsaid with Ebis and Calliope.
Oh god,
Yes,
it's
oh
gonna
boy.
be so good.
Amazing.
Man,
So
I just
go ahead, Abby. Finish your point.
no. I was just like, if we had enough time for a scene, I was also just gonna pitch. Like, this would have been tomorrow. I don't think this is gonna happen tomorrow. It's just like, I think Lysandra's gonna take Tara on that once in a blue moon offer of like, you should come with me outside the walls. And she's gonna take it and then be like, I hate this. But also it's for
Ooh.
Delphi in
You
the
know-
sense of like, she needs to stretch her wings and learn how to fly, and she can't really do it in the small establishment of my house, even if it is big.
when I did a 1 day forward time skip for Tara so we could have a more lighthearted scene, I did not predict that the last scene that we would cover on the day before
Skip going to
is
jail.
fully Kip committing treason.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Also,
So the next day,
also,
you literally have to break Kip out of jail. And that's
Oh,
why
no.
the whole Empire hates us.
It's too early!
Hates y'all.
Act 1 is supposed to be longer than this!
Well, I'm sorry.
Empire
because
might
I
hate
didn't
y'all, it's
apply.
fine.
Lynx
Tara-
just hit the fast forward button on my campaign by directly saying,
Yeah.
let's just kill the Empress!
So, hold on, because I'm sure
Yeah.
that Tara has said some heretical shit before, like that's kind of pissed off the Order at some point, because like she fucking hates the Empire and is not ashamed to say it.
But you are essentially a public ward to Lysandra, and also
Yeah.
like a little bit a prisoner of war here. So like no
Yeah.
one's not gonna expect Tara to say some anti-Empire bullshit because Tara
Yeah.
is kind of within her rights too. And like
Yeah.
as long as you are protected by Lysandra, who has not and has been very careful to avoid spouting heresy where the fucking Empress can hear it. Kip is someone who has been working for the government, and also, need I remind you, because we met them all earlier today, is someone who has very local family.
Uh-huh.
Oh
Mhm.
no.
This was not well thought through.
Yeah, Kip,
Mhm.
Like,
Kip,
it
Yeah.
literally just slipped out
Kip
that way.
really fucking screwed the pooch here.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
only
Link
thing I
said,
can think
open up
of-
this book, read the last sentence on the last
Boom.
page.
Yeah, exactly.
I also am expecting like next session Galatea is going to find Eros or Aegol out of the house because she probably told them that she was going to go get groceries or something. Met Ibis. Everything happened, and then she just left for her own place and never returned.
Oh,
Oof.
God.
Girl,
Like,
how come
God.
Wait, the only thing I could think of that would help your case is if Lysandra just tells Decima, like, the whole entire vision she had. Like, just exploit you. Like, this is what Kip wanted to learn, and because of that, he is not in the right sense of mind, as you can see. Exhibit A. Look at him.
And he drew the wrong
Yeah.
conclusion because he's stupid. You're
Yeah,
right.
that's the only thing. I will have to expose the entire vision, so it's
Your
not
Honor,
going to be.
Dum Dum.
Yeah.
See, this is where I have
Please,
to
a little too
employ.
silly.
This is where I have to employ my I've been DMing 5e for a couple of years now tools and tricks of the trades where I have to be like, I've gotta find a reason not to end the campaign right here.
Yeah.
I've gotta find a reason why like because yes, this is so perfectly D&D, and the fact that Kip immediately got themselves into big trouble with the local government, but you are so low level, and Kip's story is going to be so fun to explore that I have to find a reason not to decommission Kip.
Yeah.
I have to, like, I'm going to be doing so much homework over the next 2 weeks.
I am
Being
so
like,
sorry.
why isn't Kip being put on the chopping block right now? What's my
Your Honor,
excuse?
I was just in a silly, goofy mood.
Why
I
is
wasn't
why is
visualizing
Kip
our play.
why is Kip not
Working
about to be
on a
thrown in the
new
Colosseum,
pitch.
being faced down with the business end of Asphodel's axe? Why is this not happening? I have to tell
only-
myself.
The only thing
What if I
can no, like another thing I could think is if I tell Decima where exactly the book is, which might not spell good things for you, Doris.
Ooh, yeah, that would not be
That would make
good.
Kip so mad.
Ooh, gosh, like I can't think of anything that would piss off Kip more. Not even selling them out, selling Eudoris out.
Yeah. Well, that's the only thing that could get off of
you, bestie.
Oh, it's alright. It's okay. The feeling's mutual. Well, Lysandra doesn't hate you. It's just more of like.
I mean,
Strong.
this is where Kip can be somewhat reliant on the bard class, because I have seen bards bard their way out of so much bullshit and out of such dangerous and what should be lethal situations.
Yeah, okay, so the plan is cackle maniacally, faint, and then plead insanity.
Hey, bestie. Hey, bestie.
Flirt with Decima
Hey, bestie.
until-
Yeah.
Pleading insanity is never a good defense. It's the worst possible fucking defense ever.
Temporary insanity. Temporary
Not,
insanity.
not to mention they're clerics, and if Celeste allows it, they know Honoris's sight.
Yeah.
They can
Yeah.
see, like, once
They
you
can
knock
see
unconscious.
everything you have seen for the past 24 hours, and who would they not be happy about that?
So I think
like, if you just plead insanity, temporary or otherwise, this order of clerics will just be like, awesome, holy lobotomy. Boom!
My God. Holy lobotomy.
Holy lobotomy. I'm going to like focus guiding bolt through a very, very thin magical device, and I'm just gonna
We're casting Jelly Brain on Kip next time.
It's
I
just
believe
it's
there
just
is actually a spell for that. Isn't it Mind Break or Mind Blank?
feeble mind.
Feeble Mind.
Feeble mind is nasty.
Which Leora probably knows. Because that's hot
Yeah.
girl shit.
So
So
here's the
Just
thing.
assume
Leora
Leora knows everything.
Here's the
DM,
thing that
you
I
need me to work with you?
you got it. Here's the thing that's really fun about Leora. I'm very loosey-goosey with her stat block on purpose. For the sake of the plot, Leora's stat block kind of almost isn't a stat block. Like,
Yeah.
Leora just does things. Like, she's not a god, but whatever, like, the step below that is, that's where she's sitting. Like,
Demigod.
she's not a formally recognized divinity, but like she's so close to that. Like, basically the only thing that she hasn't gotten is approval from Apotheos. But like all of the other steps, she's fucking got down. Like
Leora's stat block is whatever is coolest at the
whatever's
time.
coolest at the moment. Like, I don't have a spell that rapidly ages something until it becomes dust. Like, that's not a spell in D&D. You could argue
that is a spell,
disintegrate,
actually.
but like,
No, that's a spell. My girlfriend uses it all the time. I just can't remember what it's called.
that's an actual
is a
5e
spell.
spell.
Yeah, that's an actual 5e spell.
Well,
I just can't remember what it's called.
Time Raise?
I think so.
time race? What the fuck?
I don't know. I have a spell like that I'm putting in my homebrew future game.
Is that
Hold on, I'm looking it up.
okay? Thank
Probably
you.
A chronergy or chronomancy kind of spell from Matthew Mercer. He probably added something
Yeah.
for the Dunamancy stuff.
Yep, 9th level necromancy spell, Time Ravage.
There it is.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Well,
Yeah, that's the
now
thing.
Leora knows it.
Well, now that's the spell that Leora just cast. But like, Leora doesn't cast spells with the restrictions that mortals do. Like,
Yeah.
obviously, I have to enforce a mechanical limit on her actions, but like, Leora just does shit, and like, that's it. Leora just waves her hand and things happen.
Like your cousin, my cousin, in the game that I ran.
Yeah, which adds a lot more context to how scary of a vision it is that, like, Sandra had at the very first episode, where what we all sort of know, and Lysandra isn't sure, but like, this extremely powerful, floating, like, red-headed figure. The fact that whoever this person in this dream is, which if you know, you know, but, like, the fact that they just swept the floor with Leora is a big fucking deal.
Yeah.
Because Leora just does things. Like, she wants something to happen, and then the world goes, you got it!
Yeah. So, Kip, before you were going to say, let's kill her, Lysandra was going to tell you, like, we don't have to worry about her because her future is doomed. I was going to telepathically tell you the prophecy. And then you said it out loud, and I was like, well,
Woo!
Lysandra knows.
So yeah,
Oh,
I have
going to die.
ideas for why Kip is not immediately put to execution, but
Will me telling Decima that he had a bad fortune help?
Will Kip crying help?
gosh, hey,
He wasn't talking about this, Empress. Gosh.
we don't have to talk about it in detail, but I want to talk about everything that happened to everybody tonight. Hey,
Yes.
hey, Ibis,
How you doing?
how does it feel to have gone through the worst gaslighting ever?
I'm feeling so good and cool and sexy.
But Enos
That's
is not.
awesome. I love that for you.
I love that for you.
But Ibis is sobbing.
Fully
Jeez.
being gaslit into like, hey, we're an order full of clerics. You shouldn't have led that thing to where anyone else could get hurt. You should have just let everything happen and then wait for us to resurrect you. And I'm like, that's not great. That's awful. Actually, Leora sucks. But-
Incredible.
But, like, you know, I think, like, obviously Leora is a devastatingly awful person. Leora was probably, like, as far as, like, all of the D&D that I've ever run, period, I don't think I've devised a character who is as cruel and manipulative as Empress Leora Divya. She is the worst of the worst.
I feel like Mordretta's mom could have gotten.
Mordretta's
that
mom
level.
was bad, but you guys didn't even really interact with her. You just knew Mordretta's
I
backstory.
But I felt like if we like explored that longer in that game, we would have like she would. I wouldn't say she'd be on par with Leora. But
So
probably
she
very
was
close.
definitely she definitely had the gaslight girl boss going for her. Don't get me wrong, but like Leora is a cut above how nasty and awful I have ever made an antagonistic character.
So treason is a good thing, I'm hearing.
Okay, so
Mhm.
Tara is going to vote for Kip to have inspiration going into next session. I'll get to the rest of that
Kip
vote in a
needs it.
minute.
That's
Kip does
I'm
need
not-
it. That is a fair point.
Kip does
Here
need
you
it.
go.
Okay, are we agreeing to give it
I
to
like
Kip?
their joint scene.
Okay,
100% Kip.
Kip, add a point of inspiration.
Thanks.
But
Well, I'm tied between Kip and Galatea.
I was gonna
Galatea's
vote for
scene
you,
was also
Edith.
really
I really liked your
good.
thing at the
Galatea,
beginning.
you're incredible.
Galatea had a shorter scene, but oh my god, was it one of the most impactful scenes?
Oh my god,
Honestly,
this is so
I will say that scene with Galatea this session was one of the most impactful scenes, I think, of the campaign so far.
I mean, two characters just gaining an affliction from just that interaction.
From just talking to each other, both of you stressed each other out so much that one of you started hallucinating and the other one lost all sense of hope that she had in the moment.
Yeah.
Too stressed.
Oh boy.
Like Galatea is 2/3 on the way to reaching her max stress capacity.
See,
Just from that.
I think the thing from that scene that I didn't touch on in the moment, but the thing that's super fucking hard on Galatea is Galatea not only didn't succeed in diverting Ibis from her path, but also
Yeah.
Galatea put Ibis on a worse path than she was already on.
Yeah.
Not helping, not hurting.
And,
a
and
secret is
Galatea was
Everything
making
went
it
was
fast.
monstrously hurt by the impact of this organization on her life. And she just committed someone to having a worse time in it than she did. It's nasty.
Yeah.
Hey,
Everything got so messed up.
hey, Lynx.
Yeah.
If you survive this, you're treason.
If you survive this.
Treason.
If you
My
survive your
treason.
treasonous scum,
Aw.
have
so
have
sweet.
fun fighting the Silver Dragonborn, because I know how Celeste plays him. I know how Celeste builds him.
allow me to add a little bit of clarity. I'm not going to reveal a lot of information about this character. This character, along with Mordecai, are two characters who have one thing in common, which is they used to be player characters of mine.
Yes.
Mordecai
Attached to them.
Mordecai is a College of Swords bard multi-classed into swashbuckler, which is a nasty fucking multi-class.
Yep.
That multi-class
Yeah.
hurts. That multi-class fucking sucks to be on the receiving end of. It's a very good multi-class. So Mordecai is, first of all, the first male gay character that I've ever played. He's the first gay man I've ever played, which is very fun since I'm a
Good for him.
lesbian now.
Yeah.
But also, I don't know, Mordecai's just a ton of fun, and I can't wait for you to meet him. On the
I can't
back
wait to meet him
foot,
either.
His treasonous crimes.
on the back foot, the guy that I just revealed is not your, well, honestly, probably, now that I think about it, is Kip's bad guy.
Yeah.
Aw.
Is the leader of the Storokai.
For
Is
me, you shouldn't have.
and this is where it's really funny, because Storokai is an organization that I've had for a while, and I didn't realize until right now that it works perfectly with this character that I have. So
Yeah.
the Storokai is the name of the organization. The name of the character, the fucking Silver Dragonborn, is Chimerian.
Mhm.
So the fucking last syllable of the fucking mercenaries guild that I made is the first syllable of the name of the fucking Dragonborn. And I was like, that's too good. That's too perfect. I have to.
Yeah.
Okay.
The moment you started describing him and you said the black book at his hip, I was like, you motherfucker.
I did that. I definitely
Yeah.
did that.
Because I was like, okay, Silver Dragonborn. I think maybe. And then
Maybe?
you said the book, and I was like, that's him.
I said
that's
black
him.
book on his hip, and you were like,
I was
motherfucker.
But yeah, I
Kai-
will tell you,
Kai is a nasty
he
piece
packs a
of work.
punch
Kai is a nasty
For-
piece of work.
for the character that I won't say what class he is, but gross.
Sounds gross. Yeah, the book covered in eyes.
I mean, you can infer
You can
Based
infer
off
what
of
it is.
black
I showed
book
it, like,
covered in
Some
eyes.
kind of evil
and
nonsense.
Amalgamous mass of eldritch horror tentacles and different eyeballs from, I forgot to mention this, all of
Blade
the
Singer Warlock?
yeah, sure, a blade singer. All of the eyes on the entity that was next to Kai, I forgot to mention this, they're all eyes from different species of animal.
Disgusting.
So, like,
thing.
one of them is like that sort of oblong, like, octopus eye. Another one is a cat's eye. Another one is, like, a multifaceted, like, fly's eye. And it's awful.
Yeah. Do you want me to expose him, or you just want them to keep guessing?
I
No,
mean,
don't
like,
expose it.
it
I
should,
wanna find
you
out
don't have to
the
expose
answer.
it, but, like, it should be pretty obvious what class he is.
You forget that I am stupid.
That's fair. I'm not even gonna deny you it. I'm like, that's fair. Sometimes I'm stupid.
We're all a little stupid, especially at midnight
Uh-huh.
or 3
I'm
a.m.
gonna
or whatever it is your time.
jokingly say it, but for Kip's treasonous scummy days, do we level up? We don't.
No,
Please.
y'all leveled up
Please.
kind of
Because I
recently.
commit treason.
Y'all already
Yeah,
leveled up. You gotta give it a bit.
Yeah, and I know I know we all love to level up, so that's why I ask.
No. Probably you're gonna. This is not a guarantee. Probably you're gonna level up in the next session or two.
So the treason is. I know. Sorry.
No, sorry.
Level up for treason.
Almost ending a campaign doesn't give us a level up. Shame.
What a shame.
What a shame. You
How dare.
can't gaslight me. I am the prime gaslighter. I'm the.
But you said that we could level up.
You are the gaslighting girl boss.
I am the gaslighting girl boss. This is my method piece while I'm getting into Empress Leora. I am a gaslighting girl boss.
I'm gonna spend the next 2 weeks going like, how do I formulate the vision without exposing Kip too much?
And I'm gonna go the next 2 weeks going, what the fuck did I do?
And I'm gonna figure out how I can move the plot in a way where you can still play Kip at the end of the session.
Yes, please. I love them very much.
I know! I love them too! I'm very excited for
Like-
their plotline!
It's like I don't want it to become like Kip gets thrown into jail or gets taken into custody, and then we the players have
It
to
occurs to me.
out. Then we are branded heretics.
It occurs to me,
Do not make Kip another prisoner of war and reward under Lysandra.
No.
Safe.
I will cry.
Stuck in the castle.
So, what I will say is you
Yeah.
do still have an individual who you just
The noble
recently
favor
made a bargain with.
Write that too.
In your back. Well, you do. That is a good point. You do have a favor from a merchant lord. How much that matters when the Empress Leora is like, hey, you said you're gonna try to kill me.
But Your Honor, I'm just a little boy. Please.
Okay, gosh, I have such a good. The more I think about it, I think I have the perfect way that I want to carry this plot line forward.
Okay. I do ask that you give me some indication of like maybe what I should not do to derail that. At least.
So here's the thing.
Because Kip is very unpredictable when I play him. My goodness.
Here's the sort of fun thing.
We can
is
tell.
like is yeah, we can tell that you're
The
unpredictable.
the treason
tells.
The treason tells. So
talks for itself.
you can resist the order of the sustaining mother all you want. If they want to bag you, they're gonna bag you. Like that's it.
Yeah.
Like this is the most powerful organization in this city, and also the organization that is the foundations of the government.
But I am certain there are still things that could happen that could make this situation worse for Kip.
I know.
Things that I could do to make it worse for Kip.
But yeah, you do have a favor from a noble lord as a potential avenue. You also, I'll tell you,
Patron.
if you know full well, I'm telling you straight up, if you rely on Polydamna, she has a lot of strings that she can pull. She's gonna need another thing from you. It's gonna be another deal.
But I mean, at this point, what's another deal?
Kip just ends
A
up
lot.
multicrossing and
Polydamna goes,
walk as well.
oh, and also the Sultan's crown. Thanks. Boom.
Sure, no problem. I'll just decapitate him with his own sword. Regicide all around.
Regicide all around. Regicide for everybody.
Regicide all around is gonna be the next title.
Campaign. Oh, I was gonna say
You know what?
campaign.
Yeah, the next arc.
You know what's funny? I just
Yeah.
realized Eudorus is going to probably be the one last hope Galatea has of convincing Ibis to not follow the order
Ooh,
of the Silence.
I'm gonna tell you right now. I
Teehee.
have the in a weird way. I kind of already knew. I already kind of knew killing Ibis wasn't gonna be enough of a wake up call.
Uh-uh.
I have
Nope.
I have a
Especially not when it's
very
guilt.
I have a very very big wake up call prepared.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, Eva,
And wait for the
come
meltdown.
over, come to the house, because everyone likes to come to my house. Let's just
Look, I'm gonna
talk.
spend the next 2 weeks formulating what Ebis's fucking like apology to Calliope is going to sound like.
Mm-hmm.
So
Gosh, hallucinations is brutal.
oh, believe me, I know. I'm gonna message you about how much more brutal it's gonna get.
Yay! You know, at this point, I'm gonna have to make a mini for Decima, because she's a recurring character that I do not have an idea of what she looks like yet.
But we all hate her.
We all
That's what
hate
matters.
Decima. Except for Ebis, who looks up to her. But Vic hates Decima.
Yeah.
We the players do.
I have to look at Decima with respect and authority.
Yeah.
I have a job.
This is someone who's in charge of
And
you.
Yeah,
You know?
This is like
my boss.
this is like working at a construction site and having your supervisor drop in unannounced. That's what this is.
Hey, Celeste.
Yeah.
Me at work all the time.
Before we started playing, I found notes that I'd written at like 3 a.m. after a previous session, and I found an entire like monologue I'd written about like trying to convince the other individuals in this group to come work with Kip and go on a crazy adventure.
How's that going
That's all
for you?
going in the trash.
I was like, yeah, how's that
Bestie,
going for you?
You kind of ruined it in front of Lysandra and Tara by saying, "Let's kill the Empress."
Let's kill the
I
Empress!
wasn't expecting the reading to go like that.
You know,
Goodness.
I just want you to know, I'm confirming this way the hell ahead of time. The final episode, like the final session of this campaign, not this arc of the campaign, the final session of the entire campaign is going to be titled "Let's Kill the Empress."
Yay!
This is a promise.
Excellent.
Hopefully.
Perfect.
Hopefully.
A 10-hour campaign or episode. Because we were like, oh shit, we did kill the Empress at this session, but we called it "Let's Kill the Empress." Let's keep going.
Let's kill
Can't even
another
be fake
Empress.
mad at you for all these shenanigans in this camp, in this session, Celeste, because it's all me.
Like,
It's all me.
you know,
The cards were also very
The thing-
mean to you.
the thing that's so funny to me is I am constantly rotating through my instinct of, ooh, that's gonna be the character that gets in the most trouble. Like at first I was like, oh, it's probably Galatea. Galatea is probably gonna get in the most trouble because she's the one who's still very openly anti-empire, anti-religion, anti-empress. And then I was like,
Yeah.
You forgot
actually,
you had a bar.
and then later I was like, oh, actually, Tara's gonna be the one who gets in the most trouble.
Yeah, I always.
And then later I was
felt
like,
Tara
actually,
was going to be.
Tearfy's gonna be the one who and no, it's Kip.
Yeah.
Lysandra
it's
and
hands
Evis
down
are the
Kip.
only ones who won't get in trouble.
Actually, in a very ironic twist, Tara has been in the least trouble between everybody in the party.
No,
Yeah.
Tara's gotten in trouble several times for the things she's said. Like that was like our first session. She got ripped on by.
And that's
Jessica.
fair. That's fair.
And then I had to apologize for
Is
her
it, you know,
action.
I think Lysandra is probably between everybody the one who gets in the least trouble. But it's like the most trouble is Kip. And then, to my own surprise, under that is Ebis. And then it's
Okay, hold on,
Galatea,
Celeste.
Tearfy,
Ebis?
Tara, Lysandra.
Yeah.
Lysandra's just in the center of all the chaos because everyone likes to come to her house.
Ebis has not been purposely in trouble. Also, Galatea did get bullied by.
In the very
sisters.
first session, yeah, Galatea did get
Yeah.
bullied.
Yeah.
Did get mean girled.
You did get mean girled with a knife to your throat, but you look me dead in the eyes and tell me Ebis has not gotten in more trouble than everyone except Kip.
Speaking Speaking of, I would like to draw your attention, Celeste, to a DM I sent you on August 10th, 2022 at 9:52 p.m.
Sure.
Kip's last name just straight up means child of chaos, as in the literal Greek mythological void state preceding the creation of the universe. So have fun with that. And you
Chaosopoulos.
didn't think he would be the most trouble?
Hey,
What were you
hey,
thinking?
hey, bestie. I didn't see you roll up Kipariso and during session 0 make fun rumors about, like, the... Hey, I didn't look at Kip and go, yeah, that's gonna be the first person who says to kill the fucking Empress.
Hey, also, Blanks. You may. Celeste can only derail your death for so long. Be careful.
I know.
See, I
In my
believe.
defense, Kip is under 21 points of stress right now.
So this is a thing that was coined by Brendan Lee Mulligan, but it's a thing that I love, and it's there is this martial art style that exists. I promise this has a point. There's a martial art style that exists called Aikido. And the way that Aikido sort of functions and the idea of it is rather than trying to match or overpower an opponent who is stronger than you, it is using their strength and momentum and recklessness and all of that stuff and their weight against them. It's redirecting them. And instead of trying to beat them, moving them or like slinging things around so that they're now at a disadvantage. This is how I DM. If you come at me with bullshit, I'm gonna take your bullshit, flip it around, and throw it back in your face.
Celeste, give me enough rope and I will make Kip as many nooses as you want.
You got it, bestie.
I not to. Because if you don't want your character to go, we could only stop him for so many times before
I know.
we're all in
So
trouble.
I'm gonna tell you
We're
right
all
now.
taking Kip's rope and trying to make
See,
friendship bracelets.
So the
with it.
thing that I've realized about the way that Girl Boss Empire works,
Oh, Boss
um,
Empire.
and the way that everything
The new
functions
pyramid
around here, everyone's favorite new pyramid scheme. The sort of fun thing about the way that this empire works, and the way that I have a saving grace against just straight up killing Kev for treason, is the empire can make an example out of you without necessarily having to kill you. And that's my hint. Banishment is an idea. It's not my idea,
well,
but it's an idea.
Circling back to what Abby said about not going too crazy, yes, I understand your point.
Of course.
Kip is ultimately self-serving, and in this instance, Eudoris serving, because that is what Kip's most vested interest is.
Mm-hmm.
So if someone manages to make Kip not under 21 points of stress and convince them that the best way to do that is to not be absolutely insane and say off-the-wall shit, then I'm sure things will go a bit smoother. But in Kip's absolutely addled brain, that was the most logical conclusion to come up with, and it seemed so straightforward to just say it out loud.
I was so close to telling you the truth, and then you beat me to it. I was waiting for you to recover before I went back into your brain. That's what my Lysander pausing was like. Gonna wait for him, calm down, and then I'm gonna do it again.
How'd that
But
go?
Well, I guess it's good that I didn't tell you, because if you get captured and they try to poke inside your brain, they won't know. So
That's true.
the only person who knows about the prophecy is Galatea. That's
And
it.
she's so dumb she probably forgot.
Yes.
Oh, we love Galatea here.
Yeah.
Like, I would tell, like, the reason Lysander hasn't, like, fully told Tara is because Tara might accidentally say it in, like, a fit of anger. Or tell Tyrfie, and then it just goes down a rabbit hole. She's not entirely sure, so she's like...
All right. We are getting to the point where I'm thinking of heading off. What I'm going to do, because I'm still technically a part of my donathon, is I think rather than burn myself out streaming later into the night, thus causing me to start stream later in the day tomorrow, I think I'm going to do the wise thing, get some rest. I have noted down the exact amount of time that the timer was at, and starting tomorrow, we are doing another stream at that time. Thank you for the stretch and the hydrate, Sapphic. But I'm going to go ahead and sign off tonight. You will see me tomorrow, where I will be continuing my donathon from where the timer left off. Thank you all so very much for being a part of this session and for chilling with me throughout the day as I showed off the new model for Sinful Sage and the model that I'll be using from this point going forwards. And thank you, players, for being here and, truth be told, dealing with a really rough fucking session.
Oh, yeah. Tune in next time to see who dies.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Tune in next time to see Kip die. What? I'm sorry. Did I
For his
misspeak?
treasonous actions.
I think I misspoke. I'm so sorry about that. Anyways, I will see you all tomorrow, bright and early, maybe a couple of hours earlier than I started stream today. And I have a bunch of more fun stuff planned, so I can't wait to see you all there. Thank you all very much for watching. And ciao.